Hey everyone, tonight we're diving deep into a secret that shaped entire civilizations, not through swords or armies, but through quiet, calculated silence in ancient societies. Silence wasn't just golden. It was survival itself, from avoiding deadly curses to escaping enemy spies. Silence became a weapon, a shield, a code that saved lives and preserved cultures. So before we get started, make sure to like and subscribe only if you're here for the real stories, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from and what time it is there. It's always amazing to connect across time zones. Now get comfy, maybe grab a drink, lower the lights, and let's step quietly into a world where speaking less meant living longer. The slave who survived by never speaking his native tongue again. They say the world's oldest wounds aren't carved on skin. They're branded in silence, in the hush between words that are never spoken aloud. Picture a man whose entire memory of home is locked behind a language he cannot risk using. This is not the plot of a myth. It's a history that walks the earth beneath our feet, the legacy of millions torn from everything familiar, forced to abandon the one thing no chain could ever reach, the sound of their own voice speaking freely in the tongue of their ancestors. He was stolen from his village by men who saw only profit in his body, not the world inside his mind. The Atlantic crossing, known as the Middle Passage, was a months-long ordeal of hunger, disease, and violence so relentless it hollowed the strongest souls. But for the survivors, arrival in the Americas or the Caribbean wasn't a release from terror. It was just the start of a different war, a war against forgetting. On plantations, slave owners didn't just want labor, they wanted total submission. They knew that shared language meant shared memory, shared culture, and, worst of all to them, shared plans. The rules were simple and brutal. Speak your mother tongue, and you would be singled out for punishment. Overseers feared the power of unfamiliar words spoken in the dark, fearing that behind every whispered syllable was the kernel of revolt. The languages spoken across West Africa, from Yoruba to Wolof to Igbo, were considered weapons. And so, a word said in comfort to a friend, a lullaby sung to a child, or even a prayer muttered under breath could mean a whipping, branding, or death. Survival meant silence. Imagine the agony. Every story, every proverb, every memory inherited from generations now became a secret burden, unspoken and festering inside. For many, the only way to survive was to become fluent in the tongue of their captors: English, French, Portuguese, Spanish, adopting an alien language not just for orders, but for thinking, for dreaming, for loving. The transformation wasn't just practical, it was a kind of violence that operated quietly, over years, until the original language atrophied, growing dusty and strange even inside one's own mind. And so, one slave, whose real name was never written down, made a vow. Never again would he risk his native tongue. He watched others be beaten bloody for less. He buried his words so deep that even at night, in the safety of his own thoughts, he practiced thinking in English, mouthing the new words under his breath until they felt like armor. With time, the memories of his real language became like distant music, something he could almost hear, but never quite sing. He saw others risk it, sometimes after a death in the family, or in the desperate hope of forming a secret bond, but he forced himself to remain mute. On the rare nights when groups of slaves gathered away from the watchful eyes of overseers, some would try to reconstruct the old songs, the ones that had carried their people through centuries of joy and suffering. But he stayed silent, afraid that a single syllable might betray him. He became skilled at reading faces and gestures, picking up meaning from tone rather than words. And slowly, painfully, he survived. Others were killed for defiance or broken in spirit, but his self-enforced silence protected him, at the cost of a slow-burning grief that no one else could see. Some say that, years later, he could still taste the old words when he bit down on his tongue in fear. That sometimes, in dreams, he spoke freely, only to wake up in a cold sweat, convinced he'd been overheard. This terror was not just paranoia, it was the weaponized strategy of slave societies. Owners understood the threat of unity among the enslaved, so they would intentionally mix people from different regions, different language groups, making it nearly impossible to organize. Over time, entire African languages vanished from the record, preserved only in half-remembered phrases or the rhythm of a work song that no longer made sense. What happens to the mind when it can't speak its heart's language? For this man and countless others, it meant that even if their bodies survived, their sense of self was slowly stripped away. Their family names were replaced with numbers or English names. Their children grew up learning the language of those who enslaved them, sometimes hearing only a handful of mysterious words whispered in secret, passed down like a relic. The price of survival was a kind of internal exile, a life spent among others who shared the same pain, but rarely the same words to express it. Yet the story does not end in utter loss. Fragments survived, hidden in the lilting tones of Creole, in the spirituals sung in the fields, in the foods cooked from memory. Even after generations, traces of forgotten languages echoed through the rhythms and intonations of Black speech in the Americas. The man who never spoke his mother tongue again became a link in a chain, each link battered but unbroken. Though he sacrificed his words for survival, the urge to remember, however painful, lived on in those who came after. His silence was not weakness. It was an act of rebellion in its own right, a refusal to let his captors see him break, even as the cost was unspeakably high. And for everyone who stayed silent, there were others who risked everything to speak, to teach, to pass down even a single word. Each act, whether of silence or defiance, became a thread in a hidden tapestry of survival. We live in a world where languages die every year, sometimes with the last breath of an old woman in a remote village, sometimes through the forced silence of a man like this, whose story became the fate of millions. The cost of survival is never paid only once. It ripples through time, echoing in the quiet moments when someone searches for a word that doesn't exist anymore, or when a descendant feels a longing they cannot name. So, the next time you hear a language you don't understand, remember that it might be a miracle, a fragment that somehow survived chains, whips, and silence. Remember the slave who never spoke his native tongue again, who swallowed his words to stay alive, and whose silence became the soil from which something new would one day grow. And understand that even now, centuries later, the struggle between forgetting and remembering is still being fought, one word, one story, one voice at a time. The hunter who couldn't eat if he couldn't stay silent. Imagine a time before rifles, before steel, before the world was mapped and fenced and tamed. Imagine a world where the difference between life and death was the softest sound, a cracked twig, a careless word. Picture the cold dawn, heavy mist over a world untouched by cities, and men and women, lean, hungry, and alert, moving through ancient forests and sweeping grasslands. They carry nothing but sharpened sticks, chipped stone blades, maybe a sling or a bow strung with gut, and inside them burns the knowledge passed down through generations, that one careless noise could doom them all. In tribal hunting societies across the world, silence was not a virtue. It was a weapon, a shield, a religion. Survival depended not only on strength or skill, but on the discipline to vanish into the land itself. A cough, a laugh, a whispered question, even the thoughtless shuffle of a foot, could mean that the only deer within miles would vanish, and the tribe would go hungry for days. Imagine the pressure. Hunger gnawing at your belly, every breath controlled, every muscle tensed against the urge to speak or sigh or gasp. In this world, a hunter's value was measured by his silence. From the Arctic tundra to the steaming jungles, the lesson was always the same. In the vast Kalahari, San Bushmen learned to move for hours across sand without a sound, communicating only with flickers of their eyes or the tilt of a chin. In the forests of North America, Iroquois hunters wrapped their moccasins in moss to soften their tread. Inuit hunters tracked seals for hours across ice so fragile that a single word might shatter their chances, and sometimes the ice itself. All understood the cruel truth. The world was not made for the loud. Nature punishes those who draw attention. Every hunt was a test, and not everyone passed. In some cultures, young hunters were watched closely on their first trips. Could they hold in the words swelling in their throats? Could they stifle the laughter that came from fear, or the urge to call out when the shadows seemed to move? Some tribes had rituals, days of silence, isolation, sometimes even binding the mouth with cords or smearing bitter paste on the lips of children to teach them the weight of every sound. It was not cruelty. It was preparation for the absolute necessity of stillness. The psychological toll was immense. Hunger does not make people quiet. It makes them desperate, angry, impulsive. Imagine a dozen men creeping through wet grass, bellies empty, knowing that any one of them could ruin the hunt. Bonds of trust and resentment were forged in that silence. If one broke it, there were consequences. Sometimes it meant going without food, the group returning to camp with empty hands and tighter tempers. Sometimes it meant exile from the next hunt, a humiliation worse than hunger. In extreme cases, it could mean a beating or worse, because the tribe's survival depended on it. But there was something more profound at work, something deeper than just technique. The silence was a kind of communion, a way of becoming animal, vanishing into the world of prey. Hunters spoke with their eyes, with subtle gestures, with breaths so soft they could barely be heard over the wind. They learned to listen with their skin, as some called it, detecting the distant crackle of hooves or the sudden silence of birds. Over years, these skills became instinct. Some say great hunters forgot how to speak at all in the wild, their voices becoming foreign, awkward, unnecessary. The rules of silence were not just for men. Women, too, learned the art. In many societies, women trapped small game, gathered roots, or sometimes joined the hunt for larger animals. Children were taught from birth to cry softly, to whimper into the crook of a mother's arm. Stories are told of infants who died because a mother could not risk a predator hearing them, wolves, lions, even rival tribes listening from the trees. To survive, a whole society had to learn to suppress the most basic human impulse, the urge to speak, to connect, to shout their existence into the world. Consider the deeper implications of this silence. Words shape thought, and long periods of enforced quiet changed people. The mind that cannot speak becomes inward, observant, intense. Hunters learned to read patterns in wind and animal scat, to notice the tiniest shift in the undergrowth. Some claim to hear animals thinking, to sense their moods through posture and scent. In many tribal myths, the greatest hunters were those who became part animal, who so mastered silence that they slipped through the world like ghosts. In such societies, speech itself became precious. Around the fire at night, after a successful hunt, stories burst forth, not just for pleasure, but as a kind of release. Words poured out, laughter and boasting and myth-making, because tomorrow they would go silent again. Language developed in bursts, then went underground. Gestures, whistles, Secret hand signals grew in complexity, sometimes more efficient than speech. In some regions, whole systems of silent communication developed, what anthropologists call hunting languages, unique to each group and each animal. The punishment for failing this discipline was harsh, not just from one's peers, but from nature itself. The animal that hears you flees. The animal that flees survives, and the hungry tribe learns that every voice has a cost. In some oral traditions, the word for fool was simply the one who cannot stay silent. Shame attached itself to the loud. Families might refuse to share food with the one who broke the hunt. In the worst times, drought, famine, disaster, breaking silence could mean being blamed for the group's hunger. Superstitions grew around it. Some believed that careless words could bring down bad luck, call spirits, or anger the gods of the hunt. Yet in all this hardship, there was an unspoken beauty. Silence in the wild is not emptiness. It is full of meaning, of awareness, of life. It is the song of wind in the grass, the distant rhythm of hooves, the click of a predator's tongue in the dark. Hunters spoke not in words, but in anticipation, in shared understanding. It built bonds tighter than language. The boy who could stay silent learned to trust the man beside him. The woman who crept unseen beside the stream knew her place in a chain of survival stretching back thousands of years. There are echoes of this discipline today. In the rare societies where traditional hunting persists, old men teach young children to press fingers to lips, to listen before they move, to watch for the signs in nature that are louder than any voice. Even in modern life, we sometimes feel the weight of silence, the tension before a critical moment, the way a crowd goes quiet before an athlete takes a shot, the hush of a family waiting for news. These are shadows of a much older, much harder world. The story of the hunter who could not eat if he could not stay silent is not just about food. It is about what it costs to survive. It is about the way necessity carves new instincts, shapes entire cultures, and forges the invisible chains that bind us to each other and to the world we inhabit. Every meal hard won in silence was a testament to discipline, to sacrifice, to the understanding that sometimes the greatest power is restraint. In the end, silence was not just the absence of noise, it was the foundation of survival. And in that ancient hush, as the hunter waits, breath held, every heartbeat echoes a lesson older than history. Sometimes, to keep life, you must give up your voice. The woman who lived after a raid. Because she played dead and said nothing, in the stillness that follows a massacre, the world takes on a chilling new quality. The air becomes heavy, as if the weight of every lost life has settled into the earth itself. For the survivors, reality fractures into something slow, cold, and unbearable. In one such moment, repeated across centuries, in countless forgotten villages and borderlands, there is sometimes a single figure left alive. Not by strength, not by cunning, but by the instinct to go utterly still, to vanish within the horror. This is the story of such a woman, a nameless survivor whose fate depended on her ability to play dead so perfectly that even the raiders, drunk on violence and blood, failed to notice the faint flicker of life hiding among the bodies. History is littered with accounts of raids, whether by invading armies, marauding bandits, or the sudden eruption of tribal feuds, where entire communities are swept away in an afternoon. The logic of a raid is almost always the same: speed, surprise, and total terror. Walls are breached, homes are set ablaze, and anyone found alive is a target. There is no time for pleas, no mercy for the unlucky. In this landscape of chaos, survival is not a matter of heroism. It is a matter of vanishing, of becoming unnoticeable, unthreatening, invisible. In the chronicles of medieval Europe, Mongol-razed cities, Native American frontier attacks, and even the shattered villages of 20th century conflict zones, survivors have told the same story in different tongues across time. The only way to live was to be less than a shadow, to let silence and stillness become armor. One woman's story, anonymous by necessity, echoing in hundreds of similar accounts, unfolds like a fever dream. It begins with the prelude that everyone in a vulnerable settlement knows by heart. There are rumors of violence coming. Perhaps there are distant riders on the horizon, or the frantic warning bells of a watchman. Sometimes there is no warning at all, only the crash of splintered doors and the screaming that tears the morning open. In these moments, panic erupts. Some run, some fight, some plead. The raiders are merciless, as if chaos itself has entered the village in human form. In the chaos, our survivor does not run. Perhaps it's instinct, perhaps a decision made in the split second between life and death. She drops to the ground, squeezes herself between broken bodies, and wills every muscle into utter stillness. Blood, hers or another's, slicks her skin. The smell of fear, sweat, and death is so overwhelming she nearly gags, but she suppresses every urge to move, to cough, to cry out. The world shrinks to the patch of dirt beneath her cheek, to the weight of a limp arm across her back, to the sticky warmth pooling beside her face. The science of trauma tells us that the human brain, faced with impossible terror, can slip into a primal state: fight, flight, or freeze. What most people don't realize is that the freeze response isn't just paralysis, it's a kind of erasure. The heart rate slows, breathing becomes shallow, and the mind fragments into pieces. This isn't just metaphorical. In the animal kingdom, playing dead is a survival strategy known as thanatosis. Opossums, certain birds, even insects will collapse, slacken their limbs, and exude the smell of death to convince predators to lose interest. For humans, it is a last, desperate gamble. If the killers are looking for signs of life, a twitch, a sob, a flinch, they might pass over a body that appears convincingly lifeless. What does it take to maintain this illusion, minute after minute, as boots crunch through blood and the cries of the wounded echo in the air? Imagine the woman's mind. The thudding of her own heart is like a drum in her ears. She can feel the vibration of footsteps, the groans of the dying around her. At any moment, someone could notice her chest rising, the shine in her open eye. But she does not move. She does not speak. She slows her breathing to the shallowest whisper. She forces herself to become a corpse among corpses. For hours, or what feels like eternity, she waits. The noise of violence gradually recedes, replaced by the eerie quiet of aftermath. Flies begin to gather. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood, the dust kicked up by frantic feet. She remains still. The survivors who move too soon, those who call for help or try to crawl away, are sometimes discovered and killed by raiders circling back, searching for stragglers. She has learned, maybe from stories told by elders, maybe from sheer animal terror, that survival means total silence until well after the killers are gone. When darkness finally falls, she dares to move. Every muscle aches from hours of stillness. Her clothes are stiff with drying blood. She slips from beneath the bodies and moves through a landscape transformed by violence. Familiar faces are now motionless. The street, once alive with laughter and argument, is silent. She cannot weep. There are no tears left. Her only thought is to stay hidden. Sometimes, survivors like her will crawl into cellars or slip into the woods, too afraid to return to what was once home. Days pass before it is safe to seek other people. The aftermath of such an event leaves scars that never fade. Survival is not the end of terror. It is the beginning of a new kind of loneliness. The woman who lived because she said nothing will carry this silence inside her forever. In some cases, she may be the only living witness to what happened, forced to relive every detail each time she closes her eyes. Communities have long understood that those who survive by such means are changed, marked by an experience that language cannot fully capture. The psychology of these survivors is a complex tapestry of guilt, relief, and numbness. There is relief at having lived, guilt at having done nothing to save others, and a numbness that often settles over the rest of life. Some cultures, recognizing the extraordinary trauma of such survival, create rituals to welcome survivors back, washing them, feeding them, listening to their stories in silence. In other places, survivors are left to bear their pain alone, haunted by memories they cannot share. History rarely records the names of these women, those who played dead, who said nothing, who waited in pools of blood for the world to forget them. Their stories are passed down in hushed tones, warnings for future generations. During pogroms in Eastern Europe, some women lived because they clung to the bodies of their children and willed themselves to become invisible. In Rwanda, during the genocide, survivors described lying beneath piles of the dead for hours, willing themselves not to breathe, not to cry, until the killers finally left. During the sack of Magdeburg in 1631, there are accounts of people smeared in blood and hidden beneath corpses, surviving the massacre by refusing to move or make a sound even as flames consumed the city. The horror of these moments cannot be overstated. To survive by silence is to become a ghost in your own life, a living witness to the collapse of everything you loved. And yet, in the darkest moments of history, this strategy has offered the only chance. In her stillness, the survivor defies the logic of violence, outlasts the storm, and carries forward the story of what was lost. Her silence is not weakness. It is resistance in its rawest form, the refusal to let the killers have the last word. But the story does not end when she rises and leaves the field of bodies behind. Survival is a wound that never fully closes. For the rest of her life, the woman who lived because she played dead will hear the echo of that day in every quiet moment. She may never speak of it, or she may find herself telling the story to anyone who will listen, seeking meaning in the senseless. Each time, she relives the horror, the helplessness, the bitter knowledge that silence was both her shield and her prison. And yet, her story survives. Through generations, the tale of the woman who lived by becoming nothing has outlasted the men who wielded the swords, the empires that sent them, the ideologies that justified their cruelty. In the end, history is shaped not just by those who fought or ruled, but by those who endured, those who survived by any means necessary, and in doing so, preserved the fragile possibility of a future. The next time you hear the silence after a storm, remember, it is filled with the stories of those who survived by refusing to be seen, refusing to be heard, until the world was finally safe again. The scribe who knew a king's secrets and chose silence for life. Imagine a time when every whispered word could weigh more than gold, and every stray glance could decide the fate of not just a single man, but an entire dynasty. In the shadowed halls of ancient palaces, where torchlight flickered against marble and the scent of ink mixed with the heavy perfume of politics, the scribe was a ghost among giants, a silent observer, recording the whims and wounds of a king. These were not merely clerks, but living repositories of the nation's pulse, knowing more than the king's most trusted ministers, and sometimes even more than the king himself. To be a royal scribe was to be both invisible and essential, a heartbeat in the walls, a witness to everything, and, by necessity, the confidant of no one. Consider the chilling reality. In some courts, the fate of a scribe rested on the razor's edge of secrecy. The slightest hint of gossip, a single careless admission over stale wine, or in the arms of a lover, could trigger disaster. In some kingdoms, whether Egypt's sand-bright halls, the labyrinthine courts of the Ottomans, or the turbulent palaces of Ming China, scribes vanished overnight. Their families were sometimes swept away with them. Why? Because the secrets of a king were more dangerous than any blade. It was believed that if a scribe let slip the true state of affairs about a failed military campaign, a queen's betrayal, a bastard prince, or a coming rebellion, the mere echo of that truth could topple nations. Kings ruled with power, but scribes ruled with silence. Among the countless stories lost to time, there lingers a legend, half-whispered, half-written, of a single scribe who learned this lesson with skin and soul. He was not born into power, but into literacy, a commodity more precious than silver in his era. As a boy, he learned the shapes of letters and the subtle art of hearing everything while pretending to hear nothing. Years passed, and he was summoned into the service of the court, tasked with writing decrees, tracking tax rolls, copying letters, and recording the king's every word, his rages, his confidences, his midnight terrors, and even his confessions of guilt after a night of blood. He saw the king at his most human and his most monstrous. He recorded the trembling signature on a death warrant and the frantic scrawl of a king begging a lover not to leave. He wrote the lies the king would tell the people and the truths he hid from his own advisers. With each secret, the scribe's head bent lower, his shoulders curled tighter, until he moved through the palace like a living shadow, all but invisible except to the guards and the king's sharp-eyed mother. Then one winter, everything changed. The king's most trusted general was found dead, poisoned. Suspicion swept through the court like a plague wind. The scribe, having witnessed a late-night meeting between the king and a cloaked figure, found himself at the very edge of the abyss. Summoned to the throne room, he stood surrounded by guards with unsheathed swords. The king stared at him with eyes dark from sleeplessness and paranoia. "What do you know?" the king demanded, his voice trembling with both fear and rage. "What did you see? Who else have you told?" History offers us a paradox here. The scribe, at that moment, had all the power in the world, knowledge that could ruin the king, a story that could ignite rebellion, the truth that could shift the tides of nations. But he also held none at all, because the telling of that truth would mean his own death and the likely massacre of anyone he'd ever spoken to. It was a test not just of loyalty, but of the very structure of survival. What followed was not a confession, nor a denial, but a silence so complete it unsettled even the king. The scribe knelt, eyes lowered, hands trembling, and after a long, trembling silence, he swore an oath, upon his life, upon the bones of his ancestors, upon the gods themselves, that he would never utter another word about what he'd seen. Some say he never spoke again. The king, half out of fear and half out of awe, chose a fate for him that was neither death nor pardon. The scribe would be allowed to live, but only if he left the palace forever, shunning speech and human company alike. So he became a living ghost, a hermit dwelling on the edge of the kingdom, in a ruined watchtower or a wind-scoured cave. And here is where history blurs into legend. Some say the scribe continued to write, filling scroll after scroll with secrets that would never be read, confessions that would never be heard, truths that would never save or damn anyone. Others say he let his language die, that even his hands grew still, that silence claimed not just his tongue, but his whole being. He became the cautionary tale that parents told their children: never gossip, never betray trust, never imagine that knowledge alone can save you. But beneath the surface of this story is something deeper, something that echoes across centuries and cultures. Silence was not merely survival. It was a rebellion against the expectation that those who see must also speak, that those who know must always act. In choosing silence, the scribe became untouchable, his loyalty unbreakable not because of fear, but because he understood the gravity of words. In an age when speech could kill and writing could spark war, there is a peculiar, hard wisdom in deciding to say nothing at all. This is not just a story about the dangers of secrets, but about the unbearable burden of knowledge itself. The scribe knew that words, once spoken, could never be unspoken. That trust was a currency rarer than any coin. That sometimes the highest price you can pay for survival is the erasure of your own voice. In every court, every palace, every government that has ever feared its own truth, there are echoes of this same drama, the observer, caught between revelation and annihilation, forced to choose a living death over a brief, glorious disaster. If you listen closely, you can still feel the shiver of that ancient fear, running down the marble corridors of memory. The world's greatest secrets have always depended on those who would rather be forgotten than risk being heard. And somewhere, in the unmarked graves of history, the scribes who kept silent outnumber those who dared to speak. Their reward? The quiet freedom of survival, the knowledge that while kings rise and fall, while empires burn and are rebuilt, there is a kind of power in choosing to disappear. So, next time you wonder about the price of silence, remember the scribe who knew a king's secrets and the cost he paid to keep both himself and the world safe from the weight of a single, dangerous truth. The child who was told never to speak a dead person's name. It begins as a warning, barely above a whisper, almost lost among the midnight shadows painted on ancient mud-brick walls. In a world where every word was believed to possess power, a child is told, never speak a dead person's name. Not out of superstition, but as a ritual law as serious as any edict of kings. For in the minds of ancient people, especially the Egyptians, but not only them, a name was far more than a label. It was a vessel for the very essence of a person, an invocation that could reach across the chasm of death itself. And to utter that name after its owner had gone was to invite the unseen into your world, risking more than mere fear. It meant risking the boundary between life and the silence beyond. Imagine this world. A Nile-side village at dusk, the air thick with the scents of resin and incense, flickering lamplight illuminating painted faces of ancestors on tomb walls. Here, the line between the living and the dead is not fixed, but is a tense negotiation. The dead are not gone. They are near, watching, listening, waiting for someone to remember, or worse, to call them back. For the Egyptians, the greatest nightmare was not simply death, but being forgotten, erased from memory and speech, condemned to the second death. Yet, just as a name could preserve, it could also be a weapon. Spoken aloud, a name could draw a soul from its rest or expose it to danger, unleashing a presence that could be both a blessing and a curse. The instruction given to a child is simple, but the reasons are labyrinthine, woven through centuries of ritual, myth, and fear. If you spoke the name of a dead person, you might awaken their Ka, the vital spirit that roamed at night seeking offerings and warmth. If you did so with anger or malice, you could expose their Ba, the personality, capable of returning as a ghost or avenger. To call a name was to open a door that no living person could fully control. In the silence, names had to be guarded, or used only in the right prayers, at the right moment, with offerings to appease the soul that might come when summoned. Yet this fear was not limited to Egypt alone. In ancient Sumer, Babylon, across the Middle East, and even in cultures far beyond the Fertile Crescent, names were seen as containers of power, tightly bound to the soul's survival or damnation. A child might learn early on that to say the name of the dead at the wrong time, especially outside a ritual, in anger or for gossip, was to risk a haunting, an illness, or a shadow that lingered too long in the house. Stories passed in hushed voices told of those who spoke carelessly and suffered years of misfortune, unexplained sickness, livestock dying, or dreams so vivid with the dead they blurred the edges of waking life. In Egypt, where pharaohs carved their names on stone and erased those of their rivals, memory itself became a battlefield. Names of disgraced or forgotten individuals were chiseled out, their images hacked away, as if erasing them from the records could starve their souls into oblivion. The worst fate was not a cruel death, but to have one's name destroyed and never spoken again. Conversely, a name preserved was a shield, keeping a soul alive in the afterlife, so long as the living respected the balance. To speak a name in the right way, with incense and food, brought peace. To do so in wrath or mockery was to stir something else. Imagine the psychological effect on a child, learning that even a whisper could bridge the realms, that language itself was laced with danger. Every ancestor's name was a thread to another world, every slip of the tongue a possible invitation. At funerals, names were spoken in solemnity, with lists of titles and honorifics to ensure nothing was missed. But in daily life, children learned silence was protection. The dead could help you, but if they were summoned carelessly, their jealousy or anger might turn them vengeful, pulling at the edges of your luck, your sleep, your life. Some tales told of children who, in play or spite, called out to the dead, only to fall into nightmares so deep they never fully woke. Others whispered that the dead would follow you, silent and invisible, until you performed a costly ritual to send them away. The terror was not just ghost stories. It was built into law and social custom. In some temples, priests policed the mention of certain names, forbidding even a scribe to write them unless it was part of a sanctioned ritual. Curses were believed to have real power if a name was attached. A written curse, buried with the bones or hidden under a threshold, could torment the dead as surely as the living. To name the dead wrongly was to risk not just haunting, but social disgrace. You could be seen as a breaker of the ancient pact between generations. Yet the rule was not absolute silence, but careful control. Only those with authority, the priest, the eldest, the mourning family, could speak names aloud, and only in places where the world of the dead was expected to listen, like tombs, altars, or at the New Year festivals meant to appease the restless spirits. There, names were sung, remembered, made eternal in stone and papyrus, always with offerings to keep the balance. Children, though, were often excluded, too innocent, too likely to break the fragile boundary. For them, the lesson was fear, reinforced in every bedtime story and every glimpse of the funerary processions that paraded through dusty streets. Over generations, this tension shaped not just belief, but society itself. The living tiptoed around the memories of the dead, balancing reverence with dread. Sometimes, even after centuries, a tomb would be discovered with the name deliberately scratched away, the fear of return so great that people risked the gods' anger to ensure silence. In other cases, desperate families would secretly speak a name, hoping for a dream, a blessing, a sign. But even then, they would tell their children, "You must never say it aloud to anyone else, not even in play, not even by mistake." In the end, The warning to the child was a map through a world thick with unseen currents. It was a lesson in the power of memory and the peril of language, a reminder that history itself was a living force, capable of blessing or cursing, shaping destinies long after bodies returned to dust. To never speak a dead person's name was to survive in a world where the past was never entirely gone, where every utterance might echo through tomb and temple and home, stirring forces older than memory. And so, as the lamp flickers and the shadows grow, the child repeats the lesson to themselves: never speak a dead person's name. For in this world, silence is survival, and the true cost of a word can haunt you longer than any ghost. The priestess who could be killed for uttering forbidden ritual words. Imagine a world where a single word could decide your fate. A world where the language you spoke was more dangerous than any weapon you could carry. In the ancient shadows of forgotten temples, beneath stone ceilings blackened with incense smoke, a priestess stands. She has memorized words that no one else dares even to imagine. Words so old and potent that speaking them outside the sanctum could bring disaster, not only upon herself, but upon her entire community. These were not ordinary words. They were the language of the gods, fragments of divine speech that, if misused or overheard, could be grounds for exile, torture, or ritual execution. This is not just a legend whispered in torchlight. Throughout ancient civilizations, Sumer, Egypt, Rome, even the hidden cults of Mesoamerica, there existed a class of sacred words, ritually encoded and fiercely protected. Only the most trusted priestesses or priests were ever taught these words, and their training was as much psychological as it was spiritual. Imagine the pressure, months, even years, of memorizing verses, learning to separate the sacred from the profane, practicing invocations in the deepest secrecy. They knew that a single slip of the tongue, even in a moment of grief or exhaustion, could doom them. The risk was real, and so was the price. Ancient texts and secret court records tell of those who failed, priestesses who were heard muttering fragments of a holy chant in the marketplace, or who, in the haze of fever or fear, called out to the gods by their hidden names. Sometimes, the punishment was immediate. A council of elders would summon the accused, interrogating them not just with words, but with ritual objects, sacred oaths, and the constant threat of supernatural punishment. Some were banished, stripped of their titles, and cast out from their families, forced to wander in silence for the rest of their lives. Others faced death, a sacrifice, perhaps, to appease the gods whose secrets had been exposed. But why such terror over words? In the ancient world, language was power. Ritual words were believed to summon gods, control spirits, and bend reality itself. To utter these words outside the boundaries of a carefully prepared ceremony was to invite chaos, to risk that a god might hear and take offense, or that a malevolent spirit might twist the invocation for its own ends. The responsibility was crushing, and so the priestess lived each day balanced on a knife's edge, always aware of the boundary between the world of the sacred and the world of the living. Her life was a study in silence. She learned to bite her tongue, to pause before every utterance, to cloak her true thoughts behind coded phrases and gestures. The rituals themselves were exhausting, filled with call and response sequences where a single error could unravel everything. And yet, for all the fear, there was power in this knowledge. For a moment in the darkness, as she spoke the forbidden words in the temple's heart, the priestess was a conduit between the human and the divine. She felt the world pause, as if every spirit and ancestor listened. In that fragile instant, she was both servant and sovereign, bearing the full weight of her people's hopes, terrors, and ancient debts. But always, when the ritual ended, she felt the burden return. Outside the temple, she became smaller, quieter, her every word calculated. She learned to use half-phrases and coded signals with other priestesses. They became a hidden sisterhood, each watching over the others, each terrified that someone would falter. Some would grow old in silence, taking the sacred words to their graves, sometimes the only way to truly keep them safe. Even in death, the rituals continued. At the funeral of a priestess, the highest initiates would gather, speaking in circles, mourning not just the loss of a person, but the disappearance of knowledge that could never be fully recovered. Sometimes, the language of the gods faded altogether. Whole civilizations left only echoes, inscriptions that scholars still puzzle over, secrets that no one living will ever unlock again. But those stories of priestesses who died to protect the forbidden words are more than tragedies. They are reminders of a world where language shaped reality, where words were as dangerous and as precious as blood. Somewhere, beneath layers of earth and time, the sacred syllables still wait, remnants of a vanished power, and silent witnesses to the high cost of guarding the boundary between the human and the divine. If you listen closely, you might sense the gravity those women carried, the ache of unsaid words, and the unbroken silence that still guards their mysteries. Centuries after the last ritual flame flickered out, the messenger who carried warnings but could not speak them. Picture a world locked in conflict, where every shadow hides suspicion, every face could mask a traitor, and the difference between survival and ruin hinges on secrets kept from the enemy at all costs. This is not the world of satellite phones and encrypted emails. This is the world of smoke and gunpowder, of horses lathered with sweat, of feet pounding dirt roads at midnight, and of messages so precious they could topple kingdoms or save them. In this world, the messenger, the silent courier, becomes the last fragile thread connecting friend to friend, command to command, hope to hope. In the ancient and medieval world, and even into the bloody chaos of the 20th century, armies and resistance movements faced a brutal problem. Words could be captured as easily as men. A letter intercepted, a whispered warning overheard, a single careless sentence falling into the wrong hands, and everything could unravel. Spies, informers, and desperate deserters haunted every border and city, all hunting for one thing: the message in transit. The solution was as elegant as it was cruel. Train your couriers not only to run, but to remain absolutely silent, carrying messages that could not be spoken, even under pain, even at the edge of death. Imagine the life of one of these silent messengers. You're young, fast, clever, not just with your legs, but with your memory and your willpower. You carry no weapons, no symbols, nothing that would betray your purpose. Sometimes you're dressed as a beggar, a peddler, a lost child. Sometimes your message is written in invisible ink, or hidden on a slip of cloth sewn inside your clothes, or memorized so deeply you could recite it backwards under threat. But the real training is in silence. Not just the silence of the mouth, but the discipline to bury knowledge so deep inside yourself that even torture can't dig it out. There are hundreds of stories, scattered across history, of messages that changed the course of battles, but only because the messenger carried them in silence. During the endless wars of medieval Europe, silent couriers slipped through forests at night, knowing that capture meant not just death, but agonizing interrogation. A spoken word could betray hundreds. A written note could be forced from your trembling hands. The only real safety was in the mind. Sometimes, messengers were trained to forget the message until the final moment, triggered by a password or a piece of music, the vital information locked behind layers of mnemonic code. During Japan's Sengoku era, ninja couriers mastered silent delivery as an art form. A message might be carried not on paper, but in a series of hand gestures, a subtle pattern of pebbles dropped along the road, or even tattooed in tiny symbols on the skin, invisible to all but the recipient. The messenger was never to utter a word, even to the commander they served, until they were alone, secure, and sure. Sometimes they carried poison, ready to silence themselves forever if cornered. The World Wars pushed this discipline to its extremes. In the French Resistance, silent couriers, many of them children and women, passed notes through occupied streets, using innocuous gestures or coded movements to signal their presence. A message might be nothing but a glance and a touch, a folded scrap hidden in a loaf of bread, a memorized line of poetry that, when recited, would unleash an entire underground network into action. To speak aloud, to explain even a single word, was to risk everything. One overheard sentence could doom dozens. But the risks were not just from enemies. Fear and suspicion lived on all sides. If a courier was captured, commanders sometimes ordered messages so secret that even their own side could not retrieve them. There are stories, some almost too bleak to believe, of messengers sent on impossible errands, carrying knowledge only they could access, and if they failed, that knowledge was meant to die with them. In this way, silence became a weapon stronger than any sword. Imagine the psychological toll. You are alone, hunted, bearing a burden you can never share. You cannot tell a friend, cannot ask for help, cannot even pray aloud for protection without risking the secrecy drilled into you. Every stranger is a threat. Every noise in the dark could be the last sound you ever hear. And still, you press on, because your silence is the only shield the people you serve will ever know. The discipline it took was staggering. Not just courage, but a kind of inward folding, transforming your mind into a locked box. Some trained by reciting messages mentally until they could hold them word for word under exhaustion, hunger, terror. Some developed mental tricks, burying crucial phrases inside nonsense rhymes or childhood songs, making the information invisible to anyone but themselves. Others learned to change routes constantly, to erase their own footprints, to destroy messages without a trace, should even the whiff of suspicion arise. At times, messengers were so trusted that even generals would not know the whole truth. A courier might only carry one piece of a larger puzzle, unable to decipher it alone. This protected the mission if one was lost, but it also meant living with a permanent, gnawing uncertainty, never knowing if the warning you carried would arrive in time, or if someone else, somewhere, was even now paying the price for a message undelivered. Throughout history, some couriers became legends, their feats whispered in the same breath as the victories they enabled. There were stories of messengers running for days on end, through storms and enemy patrols, never speaking, never sleeping, never letting the secret slip. Some disappeared forever, their silence so complete that only the absence of disaster proved they had done their job. Others broke, caught by enemy interrogators, tortured in ways meant to rip not just secrets, but sanity from their bodies. Still, many died with their secrets unspoken, taking vital knowledge into oblivion. To understand their world is to realize how fragile communication really was, and how human will alone became the final lock on the gate of history. Every system, code, cipher, runner, raven, could be broken. Only the silence inside the mind of a messenger could truly keep a secret safe. In the darkest nights, beneath thunder and the torchlight of pursuit, this silence was an act of rebellion. It was trust. Trust that somewhere ahead, someone waited who would know how to listen. Today, when we imagine the ancient drama of spies and couriers, we think of shadows and passwords and whispered threats. But the greatest danger was always in the voice. To speak was to lose. To remain silent, even when your whole body screamed for release, was to wield the only real power left to the powerless. So remember the messenger who carried warnings but could not speak them. Their courage was not in the words they delivered, but in the words they refused to say. Every history shaped by war, every nation saved or lost by a message arriving just in time. Behind it, there is always someone who ran, who risked, who suffered, and who, through will alone, kept silent so that others might live. Their footsteps echo in the places where no words are spoken, and the world they protected survives not just through action, but through silence, the oldest, hardest shield of all, the gladiator who survived by never boasting in the arena. In the Colosseums and blood-soaked sand of ancient Rome, where life and death were spectacles, not everyone who stepped into the arena was destined to become a legend. For most, fame was a death sentence. The crowds adored the boastful, the ones who shouted their own names, who spread their arms wide to the adoring masses, who taunted rivals before a killing blow. But history hides another kind of survivor, a gladiator whose secret was not in the power of his swing or the sharpness of his blade, but in the discipline of his silence. This man, and others like him, learned quickly that the surest way to stay alive was not to shine, but to vanish behind stoicism. To never boast, never provoke, never draw the jealous eyes of men with something to prove. In an age that worshipped glory, anonymity became the greatest shield. Imagine the tension in the air as the gates creaked open and a new pair of gladiators stepped into the bright, pitiless sunlight. The crowd surges, hungry for violence and spectacle, chanting the names of their favorites, the celebrities of their era. Painted on the city's walls are the images of champions, the braggarts, the ones who risked everything for a moment of immortality. But for every gladiator whose name thundered through the stands, 100 others entered quietly and hoped to leave the same way. For these men, boasting was more than a character flaw. It was a fatal error. Gladiatorial combat was a theater of survival, and everything was strategy. The boastful, those who flexed, taunted, and made grand gestures, became marked men. Not only did the crowd expect more from them, demanding riskier moves and more brutal kills, but other gladiators took note. In the gladiator schools, boasting was often the quickest way to make an enemy, to attract the kind of challenge that ended lives. In a place where everyone's freedom was measured in dead opponents, ego was a beacon for grudges, and grudges meant knives in the dark or a brutal match in the morning. Our survivor understood this instinctively. Maybe he learned the lesson from watching an arrogant champion cut down, his last breath drowned out by the roar of the crowd. Or perhaps it was whispered to him in the grim dormitories by men who had seen too many promising lives end with a single boast. In the morning, as fighters strapped on their armor and steadied their nerves, he remained silent. He focused only on the work. His breathing, the grip of his sword, the pulse in his chest. He never called out an opponent, never responded to jeers, never made promises of victory or revenge. There is something almost monastic about this kind of discipline. In the carnage of the arena, where men are goaded into rage and pride, to refuse performance is a radical act. The crowds may grumble at first, but stoic fighters soon become invisible. They are not chosen for the most dangerous matches, not singled out for special humiliation or showdowns with rising stars. Instead, they face lesser opponents, the kind whose deaths fill the schedule but do not become legends. These matches are still brutal, still a dance with death, but the odds are slightly better, the attention less deadly. Historical records, faded and fragmented, offer glimpses of these survivors. Ancient graffiti in Pompeii speaks of famous fighters and their triumphs, but for every name immortalized in plaster, there are dozens more lost to silence. Roman chroniclers sometimes described a peculiar type of gladiator, the grave and quiet man, whose eyes never left the sand, whose victories were clinical, uncelebrated. Trainers sometimes praised this restraint. Boasting might please the crowd, but it risked the stability of the school, drew the wrath of envious rivals, and made managing the egos of a dozen desperate men nearly impossible. The gladiator's silence was also a shield from the politics outside the arena. Roman nobles loved a showman, but they were just as quick to orchestrate the downfall of a fighter who became too beloved, too independent. Jealous patrons would arrange brutal matches or engineer betrayals. The silent ones slipped through these nets. They survived not just combat, but the jealousies of the rich and powerful. Inside, the quiet gladiator learned to measure his words as carefully as his sword strokes. In the barracks, he offered no boasts. He tended to wounds in silence, listened more than he spoke, avoided alliances that demanded loyalty at the expense of discretion. When asked about his past, he shrugged. When taunted, he stared at the wall. If he killed, he did so cleanly, without malice or triumph. Sometimes he helped the wounded, a small act of mercy that set him apart from the monsters who gloried in carnage. This is not to say he was unafraid. Fear was a constant companion, but he learned to channel it, to let it sharpen his senses rather than his tongue. When the crowds jeered, he heard the sound for what it was: noise. When they cheered, he did not let it touch his heart. In a world that demanded bravado, humility became a weapon, a strategy for outlasting men who burned too bright, too fast. Over years, perhaps decades, the quiet ones outlasted the legends. Some earned their freedom, their wooden swords, and the right to walk away. Others vanished from the records, leaving behind only rumors. The ones who boasted, who taunted the gods and rivals alike, were mourned briefly, their names fading with the next spectacle. In the end, the Stoic survivors endured not because they were weaker, but because they refused to play a game that was rigged from the start. If you walk the ruins of a Roman amphitheater today, you can almost hear the echoes, the roar of the crowd, the clang of steel, the final cries of the vanquished. And beneath it all, there is a quieter memory, the unremarkable, disciplined fighters who stepped onto the sand, eyes fixed, lips sealed, determined to survive by being overlooked. Their victories were measured not in cheers, but in days, in the quiet exhalation of another night survived. History has always been drawn to the loud, the boastful, the men who died in flames of glory. But the real lesson of the arena is whispered. Sometimes, to live, you must choose silence over spectacle, humility over pride, and let your story be carried only in the hush that falls after the crowd has gone home. The true survivors are not the ones who made themselves unforgettable, but the ones who endured, quietly, when the odds were cruelest. In a world that fed on violence and ego, the last ones standing were those wise enough to never give the world a reason to remember their face, or a reason to take it away. The monk who took a vow of silence and became a spiritual leader. In a world forever cluttered with noise, bells tolling, sermons thundering, markets screaming with desperate commerce, imagine the rarest sound of all: silence. In the tangled centuries when faith guided the tides of kingdoms, when monks copied scriptures by candlelight and rulers trembled at omens, the choice to fall utterly silent was no simple withdrawal from the world. It was a provocation, an act of discipline so radical that it unsettled the proud, shamed the greedy, and awoke the longing of the lost. In the dawn-lit corridors of monasteries, where every word was supposed to serve God, there emerged a paradox. Those who said nothing at all began to speak the loudest to the human soul. Picture the scene. A lone monk, swaddled in rough wool, hands calloused from work, mouth firmly closed. He walks the halls without a greeting, never partaking in gossip, never reciting rote prayers aloud, never asking even for bread at supper. Some believe he's proud, some think he's mad. But as the weeks roll by, something extraordinary happens. Curiosity and suspicion become awe. The other monks begin to make way for him, heads lowered. Layfolk travel from miles away, not for his sermons, he gives none, but just to watch him in silent prayer. Rumors coil like incense, that he communes with angels, that he's seen visions, that his silence is a vessel for messages too holy to pass mortal lips. Such a story is not a fable, but a pattern woven throughout the tangled history of monastic life. From the deserts of Egypt to the forests of medieval Europe, from Buddhist ashrams in the East to Benedictine abbeys in the West, a vow of silence, mauna as some call it, was both shield and sword. In the earliest centuries of Christianity, the so-called Desert Fathers withdrew into sand and stone, choosing silence as their fortress against a world spinning with vanity and war. They believed that words, like currency, were easily debased, that the more one spoke, the more truth was lost. They saw in silence a kind of divine tuning fork, aligning the soul not with men, but with the infinite. But why did silence, of all things, make such men into leaders, revered not just by their peers, but by kings and peasants alike? The answer, as history whispers, is both psychological and spiritual. In an age when every claim to power was shouted, when preachers and princes were expected to thunder, the refusal to speak at all hinted at secrets deeper than doctrine. People projected mysteries onto the silent. If he doesn't speak, they thought, perhaps he has glimpsed something he cannot tell us. Perhaps his wisdom is too immense, his discipline too severe, his soul too close to God. Over time, stories of these silent monks became legend. Some, like Saint Arsenius the Great, spoke so rarely that every utterance was weighed like a prophecy. The tales grew. A silent monk could heal with a touch, see into the hearts of sinners, even command the respect of wild animals. Some kings invited silent monks to court, not for advice, but for the unsettling power of their presence. Imagine the effect: a room full of scheming nobles, and at the edge, a solitary figure cloaked in quiet. No matter how loud the argument, the eyes would drift to him. No matter how fierce the debate, a hush would fall. Silence became gravity, and those who carried it shaped the world around them. But the journey to this strange kind of authority was never simple, and it was never safe. For to choose silence is to wage war with yourself. The silent monk endured suspicions, mockery, even accusations of heresy or madness. In the medieval period, when orthodoxy was law and deviation could lead to burning, silence itself became a risk. Authorities worried, was this humility or pride? Was he serving God or hiding secrets? Yet the truest among them accepted all slander without reply, letting their discipline speak in the work of their hands and the serenity of their gaze. The more they refused to justify themselves, the more others hungered for their guidance. In time, such monks found themselves at the heart of spiritual renewal. Some founded new orders, their rules etched not in verbose constitutions, but in the silent model of their lives. Others became confessors and advisors, drawing the broken and the powerful alike to seek counsel in gestures, in the tilt of a head, in the silent absolution of presence. And always the question flickered: what did these men know that the rest of the world did not? Did silence reveal truths, or simply create the illusion of wisdom? Did these monks really commune with the divine, or did humanity's longing for the mysterious grant them authority beyond words? There's a darker side, too, a tension that has always shadowed religious life. For every true saint of silence, there were pretenders, those who used silence as armor for unexamined wounds, as a way to avoid confession, as a mask for cynicism. Some monks became so obsessed with silence that they withdrew from all human touch, forgetting that compassion, too, sometimes requires a word. The discipline that could make a soul radiant could also turn it brittle. History is full of stories where the vow of silence became not liberation, but a prison. And yet, the real power of these silent monks was not magic, but something simpler, even more miraculous. In refusing to answer every question, in resisting the urge to explain and justify, they created a space where others could bring their own confessions, their own longing, their own desperate hopes. The silence of the monk became a mirror, one that showed the seeker not just the holy man, but themselves. The monk did not give answers. His silence forced others to listen to the questions echoing in their own hearts. So the silent monk became more than just an ascetic. He became a spiritual leader, not by the force of oratory, but by the gravity of presence. He stood as proof that sometimes the most powerful wisdom cannot be spoken at all. That in a world ravenous for certainty, the truest guide is the one who listens even to the silence between questions. His influence spread, not through sermons, but through stories whispered from one generation to the next. Stories that outlived kingdoms, outlasted war, and still, in quiet moments, stir a kind of awe. Centuries have passed, and still, the legend remains. The monk who took a vow of silence and became a spiritual leader. His life stands as a challenge to every age obsessed with noise. In the end, it wasn't miracles or visions that made him a leader, but his discipline, his surrender, his willingness to let the silence speak for him. And so, when the world's chaos becomes too loud to bear, remember, sometimes the voice that guides us best is the one we never hear at all. The spy who whispered nothing during torture and was celebrated for centuries. It is hard to imagine the final moments of a captured spy, not the glamorous version, not the shadowy figure slipping out of palaces with secret scrolls hidden in tunics, but the real human being, bound and beaten, surrounded by hostile faces, knowing that the next breath may be their last. In the ancient world, especially during the era of Rome's rise and dominance, the price of failure for a spy was almost always death. But death was not the ultimate test. The true trial began when the enemy tried to break you. For Roman spies, the greatest virtue was not cunning or speed or even loyalty. It was silence. Silence in the face of agony. Silence in the face of promises or threats. Silence so total that legends could be built upon it for centuries. The ancient Roman Republic and later the Empire lived in a perpetual state of war and suspicion, where knowledge was currency more valuable than gold. Enemies were everywhere. Carthaginians, Parthians, Germanic tribes, and sometimes even Rome's own fractious allies. Spies, or speculatores, were the invisible line between victory and disaster. They slipped into enemy camps disguised as merchants, servants, or even beggars, their only weapon a mind sharpened by discipline and fear. But everyone knew that getting caught meant a fate reserved for traitors and thieves, torture, mutilation, public humiliation. Yet the greatest terror was not pain itself, but the chance you might say too much. It was not just about personal honor. A single word, an officer's name, a battle plan, a signal, could doom thousands. Roman military codes were constructed not only for secrecy, but for resistance under duress. Spies trained for this moment, drilling themselves to keep answers vague, to focus on meaningless details, to buy time. But for some, the moment came when there was no more time to buy. Caught behind enemy lines, faced with sharpened blades, fire, or the ancient tortures meant to crack body and mind, these spies faced the final test, whether to betray everything or to become a legend of silence. Historical records tell of Roman spies who, even as bones snapped and flesh burned, whispered nothing. No names, no hints, not even the briefest betrayal. Tacitus, Livy, and later chroniclers describe men who chose silence unto death, whose lips, once closed, never opened again for their enemies. Some accounts are more than legend. In one campaign against the Parthians, Roman scouts were captured and subjected to agonies designed to shatter the strongest. But the silence was absolute. The enemy could not extract even the simplest code, and the army's movements remained a mystery. The survivors, or sometimes their bodies, were returned to Roman lines, where generals honored them not for victory, but for the secrets they took to their graves. The effect of these stories echoed through the legions. New recruits were told the tales not just as warnings, but as standards to reach for. To betray nothing, even in death, became an ideal, proof that a Roman's loyalty could be stronger than the oldest human instinct to cry out in pain. It became a test of character, an example whispered in the barracks, carved into the gravestones of men who died unnamed but not forgotten. The silence of a spy was not passive. It was a weapon. To resist torture was to deny the enemy victory, to frustrate them into doubt and delay. There are records of enemy commanders growing paranoid after such encounters, suspecting treachery within their own ranks when their tortures yielded nothing but blood and silence. In the Roman mind, this kind of death was not pointless. It preserved the lives of comrades, protected cities, and in some cases, altered the course of campaigns. The silence became louder than screams, a message to friend and foe alike that Rome could not be broken by force alone. But this ideal was not just military dogma. It rippled out into Roman culture, poetry, and even law. Writers celebrated the mute courage of spies and envoys, contrasting their silent deaths with the desperate betrayals of traitors and informers. Monuments were sometimes erected, not with names or faces, but with inscriptions praising those who spoke nothing in the hour of trial. Parents taught their children about these deaths, urging them to remember that true strength was not always a matter of the sword, but of the tongue held still in the worst moments. The example became a kind of secular sainthood, a legacy that lasted for centuries after the empire's fall. Over time, the stories hardened into myth. Some accounts became so embellished that they almost seem impossible. Spies laughing in the face of pain, mouthing prayers instead of codes, their silence driving enemies to despair or superstition. But behind the myth, there is always the kernel of truth. A man or woman who endured the unendurable and gave up everything rather than endanger others. Sometimes the body of a spy was returned to their home, and a family would find solace not in survival, but in knowing that nothing was betrayed. Even in the centuries after Rome, in the medieval kingdoms that rose on its ruins, the legend persisted. Knights and diplomats, rebels and outlaws would be measured by the standards set by those ancient spies who whispered nothing, not even when every instinct screamed for mercy. Secret societies, both real and imagined, adopted oaths of silence modeled on the Roman example. The world learned to respect, not just fear, the man who could die without breaking. In the end, the story of the Roman spy who died in silence is not just about espionage. It is about the ultimate sacrifice for the collective good, about a kind of discipline and courage that transcends time and culture. The silence in the face of torture became an immortal echo, carried in stories, carved in stone, held up as an impossible standard for generations. Long after the names of spies have faded from memory, the legend of their silent defiance remains, a testament to the fact that sometimes saying nothing at all is the bravest and loudest message one can ever send. The servant who kept a royal affair, secret, and was rewarded with land. There are moments in history that survive not because they were shouted from rooftops, but because someone had the discipline to whisper nothing at all. Picture a royal court humming with gossip, every shadow holding a secret, every corridor echoing with rumors of betrayal and forbidden love. In this charged silence, a single servant moved quietly, blending into the painted walls and gilded doors, his presence barely noticed, except by those whose reputations hung by a thread. He knew the most dangerous truth of all. Sometimes, the greatest power is knowing when to say nothing. He was born to anonymity, his family forgotten in a ledger, his childhood spent learning when to speak and when to disappear. Serving nobles meant mastering the art of invisibility, of being present for every confession, every careless word, every midnight tryst, but leaving no trace behind. And yet, beneath that mask of obedience, he was constantly absorbing, cataloging the true heart of power, secrets. This was not a time for mercy. In the royal courts of Europe, a single rumor could end a lineage, send armies marching, or trigger a cascade of assassinations and exile. Royalty did not love. They negotiated, they bartered, they betrayed. Affairs were currency, dangerous, intoxicating, and often fatal. The servant's world was built around these games, and he was drawn into the darkest of them, a secret affair between a powerful noblewoman and a rival prince. If discovered, it would mean disgrace, banishment, perhaps even war. One late night, the servant found himself entrusted with a letter, trembling with the perfume of forbidden longing. He understood immediately the risk. Delivering this note meant stepping directly into the storm, risking his own life for the passions of people who barely knew his name. He watched, silently, as the lovers exchanged glances across crowded feasts, as they slipped away behind tapestries and ancient doors. He became the silent guardian of their secret world, trusted not because he was close, but because he was perfectly invisible. And yet, he was never naive. He knew the fate of servants who talked. The history of royal households is littered with those who believed themselves indispensable, only to be discarded or executed for a loose tongue. He made his silence into a shield, resisting every offer, every bribe, every whispered threat. He watched other servants disappear, some after a single careless word, others simply for knowing too much. Time passed, and the affair ebbed and flowed, surviving on stolen moments and desperate messages. When the scandal finally ended, it did so without the explosion of violence everyone feared. The lovers went their separate ways, both surviving, both retaining their positions, their reputations intact. Only one person had known everything, and never betrayed a word. It was then, in the quiet after the storm, that his loyalty was rewarded. In an act both generous and strategic, the noblewoman arranged for him to be granted a parcel of land on the edge of her family's estate. In a world where servants were often left with nothing, no pension, no name, no gravestone, he was now a landowner, a man with a place to call his own. It was an extraordinary gesture, but also a calculated one. Rewarding loyalty was as much a warning to others as it was a prize. It was a message whispered through the ranks of the staff. The walls have ears, and those who protect them are sometimes remembered. But the truth is, the servant's silence did more than save reputations. It saved lives. In the fragile machinery of royal courts, where trust was always provisional and danger ever present, the ability to keep a secret could be more valuable than any sword. He lived the rest of his days quietly, tending his land, his story passing into rumor and legend. Some said he died wealthy. Others said he left behind nothing but an old key and a bundle of faded letters. But everyone agreed on one thing: he knew how to listen, and, even more importantly, how to remain silent. So much of history depends not on the loudest voices, but on those who knew the price of keeping quiet. Every time you hear a tale of scandal that never quite erupted, or read a line in a dusty ledger about land gifted to a nameless servant, know that somewhere in the margins, a life was changed, not by what was said, but by the courage to say nothing at all, the prisoner who lived by pretending to be mute. Imagine the nightmare. You are captured in enemy territory, stripped of everything but your will to survive. You are surrounded by men who see you not as a person, but as a source of intelligence, a puzzle to be broken, a threat to be neutralized, or a scapegoat for their own failures. Your captors want to know everything: your origins, your allies, your intentions. They want you to speak. They expect you to break. But in the midst of violence and suspicion, you make the simplest, most desperate calculation. You pretend that you cannot speak at all. Throughout history, in war camps and prison cells from ancient empires to modern conflicts, there have always been those who survived by feigning muteness. It is one of the oldest strategies in the Book of Survival, so simple, so understated, and yet so difficult to maintain. To pretend to be mute is to erase your own voice, to strip yourself down to the barest outline of a human, to become as invisible as a shadow and as unthreatening as a ghost. The power of this ruse comes from the expectations of the captors themselves. In many cultures, prisoners who appeared weak, mentally impaired, or physically incapable of speech were seen as less useful, less dangerous, and less worthy of harsh interrogation. Why waste precious resources torturing someone who cannot answer? Why bother threatening a man who will not, or cannot, scream? For some guards, a mute captive was a problem best ignored, pushed aside, or relegated to the lowest rank of prison labor. This was the silent victory. But pulling off this deception demanded a level of discipline and psychological strength that few can imagine. To maintain the facade day after day, in a place where one slip could mean exposure, torture, or death, required absolute control over every reflex. The prisoner must smother every gasp, every cry of pain, every instinct to beg or explain or even mutter in sleep. The guards might test you, drop a heavy object on your foot, taunt you with threats, offer food in exchange for information. The tiniest involuntary sound, a cough, a whispered curse, could ruin everything. The historical records are filled with hints of such stories, glimpses from Roman legions, Mongol encampments, Civil War prison pens, Nazi concentration camps, and Cold War gulags. Sometimes the mute act lasted days or weeks. Sometimes, for months or even years, men and women survived as living ghosts among the doomed and the forgotten. Some prisoners faked muteness to avoid not just interrogation, but torture designed to extract confessions or betray comrades. Some used it to escape notice in prisoner exchanges, passing as harmless laborers rather than captured soldiers. Others simply used it to retreat from the endless, dehumanizing grind of camp existence, a small island of control in a sea of chaos. The psychological terrain inside the prisoner's mind is a world all its own. To remain mute is not just to refuse speech, but to accept a kind of self-erasure. You are cut off from camaraderie, from stories, from every casual exchange that makes life bearable, even in a cage. You must learn to communicate with glances, shrugs, gestures, nothing that would betray your secret. Sometimes fellow captives are in on the secret. Sometimes you must pretend even to them, lest words slip out to the wrong ears. Imagine the moments of terror, being called for questioning and standing in the center of the room as officers circle, demanding answers, trying to provoke a reaction. You are poked, struck, goaded. You must let your eyes go blank, your jaw slack, every muscle limp. You cannot afford a single slip, not even in sleep. In some camps, suspicion was constant. Some guards would spy on prisoners after dark, trying to catch them muttering in dreams or testing with sudden shouts in the night. Many who tried failed and paid dearly for the attempt. But for the few who succeeded, the reward was often life itself. Sometimes the act became reality. There are documented cases where prisoners, after months or years of pretending to be mute, found themselves unable to speak, even when released. The trauma of sustained silence carved deep grooves in the mind. The line between pretending and becoming blurred, and some lost their voices forever, not through injury, but through sheer force of will and fear. These living phantoms emerged from captivity unrecognizable even to those who had known them before, their voices locked away in a prison that outlasted the bars and the guards. And yet, for all its psychological cost, muteness was a shield, one that could turn the tables on the power structure of the prison. The guards' routines depended on certain rhythms: question, answer, threaten, break, extract. The mute prisoner upended this logic. He could not be broken with words. He could not betray anyone. His suffering was visible, but not actionable. Sometimes this frustrated the captors into violence. More often, it bred a kind of uneasy neglect. The mute was left alone, given the dirtiest work, watched with contempt, but not with fear. There were also rare moments of dark humor and subtle rebellion. Some prisoners played elaborate games, using their apparent muteness to smuggle information, to observe, to be ignored in places where others were watched. A silent prisoner could sometimes overhear things meant for the ears of the guards. He could fade into the background, become a part of the scenery, and sometimes, just sometimes, use his invisibility to help others. In the long corridors of history, these mute survivors are seldom remembered. They leave behind no speeches, no last words, no famous confessions. Their heroism is measured not in defiance, but in absence, in the ability to make themselves so small, so silent, that the machinery of war and prison simply moved around them. In a world where the loudest voices often shape the story, theirs is a legacy of shadows and stillness. But in that stillness, there is power. The prisoner who lived by pretending to be mute turned silence into armor. He refused to become a tool for his enemies, denied them the satisfaction of breaking him, and made himself the author, however quietly, of his own survival. Every day he remained mute was a victory carved out of the jaws of terror. Every day he denied the captors their answers. He reclaimed a sliver of humanity for himself and for all who watched in secret admiration. In the end, perhaps the greatest lesson is this: in the cruel calculus of captivity, where so much is stolen from the prisoner, dignity, freedom, hope, the right to silence, fiercely guarded and expertly maintained, can be the last and most unbreakable form of resistance. It is the quiet defiance that echoes down the ages, speaking without words the deepest human will: to survive, to endure, to choose one's own fate, even if it means living in silence. The soldier who watched a comrade die because he couldn't call out. Beneath the tangled branches of a hostile forest, or in the cold, mud-soaked trenches of some faraway battlefield, a soldier's greatest weapon isn't always his rifle. Sometimes it's silence, a silence so absolute it feels like suffocation. For countless men through history, the difference between life and death has hinged on a single, unbearable command: do not make a sound. In the world of ambush warfare, even a whisper could mean annihilation, and every breath had to be measured, every urge to scream or call out crushed into the pit of the stomach. For some, that meant watching a friend die within arm's reach and doing nothing, because the cost of a single word was the lives of everyone left. This is not the version of war that history books usually record. It isn't the heroic charge or the triumphant rescue, but the quiet horror that lives in the space between gunshots and in the eyes of men who survive by abandoning every instinct to help. For the soldier who has trained, drilled, and bonded with his comrades, who has learned to see the men beside him as brothers, this silence is the cruelest order of all. It's a lesson etched not just in the tactics of armies, but in the bones of those who carried it out. If you call out, you die. If you move, you die. And so does everyone you've sworn to protect. Across centuries and continents, ambushes have always relied on one principle: surprise. From Roman patrols in the German forests to British redcoats in the American colonies, from the jungles of Vietnam to the mountain passes of Afghanistan, the setting changes, but the rules do not. In the dark, thick silence before an attack, the world narrows to heartbeats and shallow breathing. Soldiers lie pressed to the earth, every muscle screaming for action, but their orders are clear. Silence is not just a tactic, it's the law. Even when a comrade falls, shot, stabbed, or seized by a hidden enemy, there is no rescue, no cry for help. Every man knows that to speak is to reveal the whole unit's position, to doom them all to death in a matter of seconds. Imagine the agony of this moment. The soldier feels his friend slump beside him, sees the pain and panic flicker in his eyes. A hand reaches out, not for a weapon, but for comfort, for the assurance that someone, anyone, is still there. The instinct to call out is overwhelming, a scream building in the chest that must never be released. Training kicks in. Orders echo in the memory. Hold position. Keep quiet. Stay invisible. The urge to help collides with the primal need to survive. And so, in that terrible silence, the soldier becomes a living witness to a tragedy that cannot be prevented, cannot be mourned, cannot even be spoken of until the danger has passed, if it ever does. History is full of these moments, stories half told in diaries and whispered in barracks long after the shooting stops. In the First World War, men learned to recognize the unique, sickening sound of a comrade hit by sniper fire just yards away. Medics had to wait, sometimes for hours, sometimes forever, because crawling to the wounded would draw another shot, another death. In the Pacific jungles of World War II, soldiers learned to shut their ears to the cries of the wounded, to dig their faces into the mud and pray for the night to pass. In Vietnam, patrols moving through thick brush knew that the slightest cough could mean the end. Some units developed elaborate hand signals, but even these were abandoned when the enemy was close enough to hear the shift of a boot or the click of a rifle. The silence demanded by ambush warfare is not the silence of peace. It is thick, unnatural, laced with dread and guilt. For the soldier who has to watch a friend die, unable to move or call for help, the memory does not fade. It becomes a wound deeper than any bullet, an unspoken grief that follows him through every day that comes after. Sometimes it breeds anger, directed at commanders, at the enemy, at the war itself. Sometimes it turns inward, a sense of personal failure, even though the silence was the only rational choice. The brotherhood of soldiers is built on loyalty, but survival often demands a betrayal so quiet and necessary it leaves scars invisible to anyone who hasn't been there. In some militaries, this is acknowledged, if only obliquely. Training manuals stress the importance of discipline in ambush zones, of putting the mission and the group above all else. Veterans' accounts speak of the hardest lesson, the moment you realize that you cannot save everyone, that heroism can be suicide, that the line between bravery and recklessness is razor thin. Afterward, there are rituals, both formal and private, a name read at roll call, a drink poured for the dead, a silent nod to the empty bunk. But the memory remains, replayed in dreams, heard in the sudden snap of a twig, or in the silence of a crowded room. Some soldiers learn to carry this burden. They find meaning in survival, in completing the mission, in honoring the dead with every step forward. Others never fully escape the guilt. The moment returns, unbidden, in moments of quiet. The face of the comrade who reached out, the hand that never found comfort, the silence that followed. Some try to explain it to families, to loved ones, but the words always fall short. How do you say that the bravest thing you ever did was nothing at all? That you lived because you silenced your own humanity for the sake of others? Over time, stories like these become warnings passed down to new recruits. Listen to your orders. Remember the cost of a single sound. Instructors tell tales of men lost because one cry brought an enemy's wrath. The lesson is hammered home until silence is not just a rule, but a reflex. Yet nothing in training can prepare you for the real moment, the knowledge that you will watch a friend die, and your only duty is to remember, not to save. This is the cruel paradox at the heart of ambush warfare. The code of the soldier is to never leave a comrade behind, to fight for the man beside you. But in the world of silence and shadows, the greater duty is survival, staying alive to warn the others, to finish the mission, to ensure that one death does not become a massacre. It's a lesson bought with agony, one that haunts even the survivors. The soldier who watched his comrade die because he couldn't call out carries that moment like a stone in his chest, a memory buried beneath medals and marches, surfacing in the stillness of the night. For those who have never worn a uniform, it's hard to grasp the depth of this silence, the way it shapes the souls of those who endure it. It's not the silence of cowardice, but of sacrifice. In every era, in every war, some have lived by holding their breath, locking their grief behind clenched teeth, and waiting for the morning. The world remembers the gunfire, the charges, the victories. But the true cost of war is found in the quiet, in the moments where doing nothing was the only way to save anyone at all. In the end, history owes a debt to the silent ones, the soldiers who bore witness, whose suffering is written not in battle reports, but in the silence that follows every lost friend, the oracle who spoke only in silence through symbols. In the hush of ancient temples, where sunlight spilled like prophecy through columns of stone and the air shimmered with incense and expectation, people gathered, farmers, soldiers, kings, seeking answers from the one who never uttered a word, the oracle. Unlike the famed seers who spoke in riddles or wailed in trance, there existed another breed of prophet, one who refused to give voice to the divine. Instead, this oracle communicated through silence, through the movement of hands, the careful placement of objects, the unfathomable weight of symbols. For those who came, desperate and trembling, the silence was more than a lack of sound. It was an abyss, a mirror, a challenge to listen to a world beyond words. History records many oracles, at Delphi, at Dodona, at Siwa, where cryptic utterances changed the course of empires. But far rarer, and perhaps more terrifying, were the sanctuaries where the answer came without a single syllable. Within these sacred precincts, supplicants were stripped of language, left to confront the enigma of fate with only what they could see, touch, and imagine. The silence was not emptiness, but an active force. It pressed on the mind like a weight, compelling the seeker to fill the void with their own hope, their own fear. Imagine standing in such a temple. Pillars soar above you, carved with forgotten gods. Priests and attendants move in absolute quiet, their gestures rehearsed until they become ritual. In the center, always apart, always watchful, sits the oracle, Her eyes are deep, unreadable, but her silence is fierce. You kneel. You make your offering, a handful of grain, a coin, perhaps a lock of hair, or a scrap of a soldier's tunic. The oracle does not greet you. Instead, she reaches for a tray of objects, a feather, a stone, a broken ring, a burnt twig. Each one thrums with meaning. You watch, heart pounding, as she chooses, deliberate, slow, laying a single symbol before you. A feather, perhaps. Does it mean forgiveness, or is it a warning to tread lightly? A broken ring. Does it spell the end of your marriage, or the shattering of an old cycle? In this silence, the oracle's power is at its peak. She has spoken nothing, and yet everything. The meaning blooms and shudders within you. In that charged hush, your own soul becomes the interpreter. You are forced to face what you fear most, to recognize what you already know. The answer was always inside you, but now it is made real, etched in the smoke curling from the altar, in the glint of a stone beneath her fingers. The origins of such silent oracles are lost in the roots of human civilization. Anthropologists trace the custom back to the earliest cults, when shamans and priestesses believed that to speak the name of a god was to diminish its power. Sacred truth, they insisted, must be guarded by silence and hinted at only through metaphor. To break that silence was to risk blasphemy, to steal the voice of the divine for mortal use. Over time, these rituals grew elaborate. Objects were chosen for their symbolic resonance: an egg for birth, a cup for destiny, a mask for hidden truths. In some temples, sand was poured in shapes, or sticks were arranged in mysterious patterns, or water was dripped in rhythmic pulses to suggest the unseen hand of fate. For those seeking answers, the ordeal could be excruciating. There were no easy certainties, no proclamations from on high. The silence of the oracle forced the questioner to confront the depth of their own longing, to wrestle with their conscience, to reckon with guilt or desire they could never have confessed aloud. If the answer seemed ambiguous, that was no accident. The silence was designed to dislodge certainty, to awaken something that lay dormant beneath language. In the act of searching for meaning in objects, the seeker found meaning in themselves. For some, it was a revelation. For others, it was a torment that haunted them for the rest of their days. It was not merely a psychological trick. The oracle's silence was rooted in the most sacred ideas of her age, that the divine was not a thing to be possessed or explained, but a force that must be experienced, lived, feared, adored. Every object became a channel, every movement a message. In ancient Egypt, a priestess might hold up a lotus blossom, a symbol of rebirth, without a word, and the pharaoh would weep, understanding that he must begin his reign anew. In the Celtic world, a silent druid might tie a red thread around a seeker's wrist, wordlessly instructing them to beware of coming bloodshed. Even in early Christianity, hermit saints practiced a kind of speechless prophecy, offering pebbles or drawings as guidance for pilgrims. But why did people believe? Why was the silent oracle sometimes trusted more than those who spoke in poetry or thunder? The answer, as always, lies in human nature. Words can be manipulated, twisted, mistranslated, corrupted. But a symbol, simple, pure, inscrutable, carries a weight that transcends culture and education. When the oracle refused to speak, it was not because she lacked wisdom, but because her wisdom belonged to another realm. Her silence suggested a direct channel to the divine, unfiltered by human weakness. In her hands, a feather or a stone became as powerful as a prophecy carved in fire. Over centuries, the legend of these silent oracles spread. Some claimed they could predict the outcome of wars, the rise and fall of kings, the fate of lost children. In times of crisis, the powerful came to beg for answers, only to be handed a withered leaf or a twisted root. Sometimes the message brought hope. A coin, shiny and new, promising fortune. Sometimes it brought terror, a shrouded mask, a shard of bone, a strip of black cloth. In each case, the silence was more haunting than any words could be. It was as if the gods themselves had chosen to answer, bypassing the frailty of human language. And yet, there were dangers. Many rulers came to fear these oracles, seeing in their silence a threat to royal authority. After all, a prophecy without words cannot be easily denied or manipulated. Several temples were destroyed, their objects scattered, their priestesses driven into exile. But even then, the power of silence endured. In hidden caves, in secret groves, the tradition lived on. People passed down the stories of the silent oracle, the woman who could answer any question without uttering a single sound. Modern psychology would later reveal the strange brilliance of this tradition. The act of interpreting a symbol draws out the deepest truths of the mind. It makes the seeker an active participant in their own destiny. The oracle's silence is not emptiness. It is a mirror that forces us to confront what we most need to know. The wisdom we seek is often the wisdom we carry. So imagine, if you will, that you are there, kneeling before the oracle, waiting for an answer that is not spoken, but given in the language of silence and signs. In that stillness, you feel the tremor of your own heart. You realize that sometimes the greatest revelations come not in the rush of words, but in the pause between them. The oracle has spoken, and in her silence, the universe replies. The village that survived a slaughter by hiding in silent ritual. When night falls in a village on the edge of the known world, the darkness is more than the absence of sun. It's the pressing silence of fear. The villagers sense something in the wind, a heaviness settling over the narrow lanes and thatched roofs, even before the lookout sounds his frantic warning. The Viking ships have been spotted, their dragon-headed prows knifing through the black water, torches burning on distant decks. There is no time for panic, no chance for defense. This is a small, remote place, perhaps somewhere along the windswept coast of the North Sea, where legends are carried in whispered prayers and survival is measured not just in strength, but in wisdom and unity. As the alarm spreads, the villagers don't scream or scatter. They gather, wordlessly, guided by the eldest among them, the keepers of ritual and memory. For this village has suffered before. Stories are still told of the last time violence crashed through their world. Flames, blood, the sound of loved ones crying out in the night, the emptiness that lingered for years. The old ones remember a different way, a ritual so ancient that even they do not know its origin. It is the ritual of the silent mourning. Every candle is snuffed out. Hearth fires are buried under cold ash. Doors are locked, not against axes, but against the intrusion of noise itself. Children are soothed with gentle hands, urged to breathe quietly, not even to whimper. The villagers dress in the drab colors of the grave and lie close together in corners, in cellars, in empty barns, their faces smeared with ash and mud. They do not pray aloud, for even a whisper could betray them. Instead, their sorrow is pressed inward, becoming a weight that fills the air, an invisible shield of shared silence. The entire village becomes a tomb, or perhaps an extension of the earth itself, a place where nothing moves, nothing calls, nothing breathes above a shallow whisper. The Vikings come ashore, their boots crushing seaweed and stone, swords drawn, expecting easy plunder. But what greets them is nothing. No light, no movement, no voices. The houses are cold and abandoned, the church doors shut, not a dog barking or a rooster crowing. To the superstitious, the scene is unsettling. The leader of the raiders, a veteran of many such attacks, frowns. He knows that villagers often try to hide, but this is different. There are no signs of hasty flight, no scattered belongings, no livestock wandering free. It is as if the village has ceased to exist, as if it has been claimed by death itself. The raiders search the lanes and barns, breaking open doors, their torches casting monstrous shadows on empty walls. Occasionally, a hand presses against a mouth in the darkness behind a woodpile. A heart pounds as boots pass just overhead, but the silence holds. No child cries, no dog barks, no one betrays their presence with so much as a gasp. It is a collective act, the culmination of practice, discipline, and an almost sacred trust in the ritual. The Vikings, unnerved by the unnatural quiet, begin to whisper to each other of curses and ghosts. Some want to burn the place down, but the leader hesitates. If the village is truly abandoned, what is there to gain? And if it is not abandoned, then something stranger is at work. Hours pass. The raiders upend pots and search for hidden grain, but they find only emptiness and cold. They begin to argue among themselves, the bravest ones venturing into cellars and storerooms, always finding nothing but shadows and stillness. In their culture, omens matter. The absence of noise, of any sign of life, feels like a warning. Some remember tales of Christian relics that can curse the living, or of old pagan gods who guard the places of the dead. The sense of unease grows until it breaks the will of even the fiercest among them. One by one, they drift back to their boats, disappointed, superstitious, and more than a little frightened by what they cannot explain. In the hours before dawn, as the last of the raiders melt into the mist and the tide begins to turn, the village remains entombed in silence. Only when the lookouts are sure the ships have left do the elders signal the end of the ritual. The doors open. Children are gathered from hiding places. Neighbors embrace, weeping silently at first, then aloud, as relief gives way to gratitude and exhausted grief. They mourn for what might have been lost, and for what was saved, their lives, their community, their fragile hope for another season. Word of the silent night spreads far and wide, first as a warning to others. There is wisdom in silence, power in unity, and later as legend. Other villages hear of it, and some begin to imitate the ritual, developing their own variations. Over time, it becomes not just a memory, but a tradition passed down for generations, a story whispered to children. That survival sometimes means becoming invisible, turning grief into strength, silence into salvation. The details are lost to history, the name of the village, the precise year, the faces of those who led, and those who trembled in the dark. But the legacy remains, embedded in folk songs and winter tales, in the old saying that noise draws death, but silence can let life pass by unseen. The silent ritual becomes a quiet symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming violence, there exists a deeper power, not in swords, but in the discipline of a community willing to vanish for a single, perilous night. And so, centuries later, the village is still remembered, not for what it built or for what it lost, but for what it refused to give: the sound of surrender, the easy target of panic, the signal to the enemy that hope had ended. In the end, their victory was not the absence of tragedy, but the quiet defiance of people who faced terror with the one weapon that could not be taken from them: their shared, unwavering silence. The lover who never spoke, their beloved's name to avoid death. In ancient Greece, love was everywhere, sung in poetry, carved in stone, whispered in olive groves. But not every love story was meant for sunlight. There are those whose greatest romance lived and died in shadow, sheltered by silence, guarded by metaphor, because speaking a single name could mean exile, ruin, or death. Imagine a young man, heart aching with a love that the world would never accept. His every breath was a gamble, his every word a careful act of survival, because for him, the simplest act, uttering his beloved's name, was the most dangerous thing he could do. He learned young that some loves could not be named. The city was full of stories, men and women cast out, whipped or worse, for crossing boundaries the elders called sacred. Laws were a shifting sand, but custom was merciless. The wrong romance could erase a family, destroy fortunes, stain generations. The youth's beloved was someone powerful, someone watched. Even rumors could kill. So, when they met beneath the shadow of cypress trees or in the hush of a deserted shrine, they spoke in riddles, traded poems heavy with hidden meaning, weaving the truth of their passion into the fabric of myth and metaphor. He became an artist of ambiguity. His friends heard him speak of the nightingale who sings for the moon, or the flame that longs for the wind, never suspecting the depth of what was unsaid. When his lover sent gifts, an ivory comb, a ribbon, a lock of hair, he hid them beneath his pillow, holding them close in the darkness, never daring to boast or weep openly. He watched other men risk everything for a moment's boldness, only to disappear, their names struck from records, their families shamed. The lesson was clear. Silence was the only shield, and discretion was the language of survival. There were moments when the ache became unbearable. During festivals, when wine loosened tongues and music blurred the line between joy and grief, he'd watch his beloved across the torch-lit crowds, unable even to raise a glass in their honor. All he could do was glance, nod, let his eyes linger a little too long before looking away. Their secret was a wound and a comfort, a private world built on glances, coded gestures, verses memorized and exchanged in secret. Time passed, and the city's fortunes changed. Laws hardened, then softened, then hardened again, but their love remained constant, a quiet devotion, growing older in the shadows. The youth became a man, his hair silvering, but the secret never left him. To neighbors and kin, he was just a solitary figure, tending his garden, humming old songs under his breath. No one ever guessed the truth, that every flower he planted was a metaphor, every poem he wrote was a confession, every quiet smile was an act of defiance against a world that demanded silence. He never spoke his beloved's name, not even in sleep, not even to the gods. At times, in the lonely blue hours before dawn, he would whisper into the darkness, calling his lover by the names of stars, of rivers, of ancient heroes and vanished kings, never daring to risk the syllables that could destroy everything. In this careful dance, he found a strange kind of freedom. What they shared could not be broken, not by law, not by gossip, not by time, because it was never given a name that others could twist or punish. And so his story became a legend, a lesson whispered to those who loved dangerously, those who learned that sometimes love must be its own secret language, spoken only in metaphor and silence. In every age, there are those who risk everything for love, and those who survive by saying nothing at all. The youth's legacy was not in what he lost, but in the courage it took to love so fiercely, so quietly, for so long. In the end, his love lived on, hidden in poems and flowers, in the spaces between words, in the sacred silence where names are never spoken, but hearts are never forgotten. The child slave who survived by watching, not talking. Picture a world where your smallest question could be a death sentence. Imagine being a child, not in the warmth of a family, but in a house where every corner bristles with danger, where you exist as property, not person, and where the slightest misstep is punished with pain. In this world, Your survival depends not on clever words or youthful curiosity, but on something colder and sharper, the discipline to become invisible, to make yourself so small, so silent, that you slip through the cracks of cruelty without drawing attention. This is the unspoken history of countless child slaves and servants who learned that watching in silence was the only way to stay alive. Across centuries and continents, the stories run like a hidden thread beneath the tapestry of civilization. From the palaces of ancient Rome and the manor houses of medieval Europe to the plantations of the Americas and the tenements of industrial cities, children were bought, sold, or born into lives of unending labor and fear. They carried water, scrubbed floors, tended fires, fetched and carried, all under the gaze of masters who expected not only obedience, but silence. In many households, the sound of a child's voice was seen as a provocation, a challenge to the natural order. Children should be seen and not heard, a phrase spoken not for guidance, but as a warning. In these brutal environments, survival was a game of shadows and whispers. The wise child learned early that to speak was to invite attention, and attention was almost always dangerous. A question might be seen as insolence, curiosity as defiance. Even a simple why could provoke a beating. Instead, survival meant developing a different set of skills, the art of watching. Silent observation became a lifeline, a way to read the shifting moods of the adults, to sense when tempers were rising or when a task was expected before it was commanded. The child learned to anticipate hunger, violence, or the cold weight of blame falling for something they could never control. Think of the daily routine, waking before dawn, listening for the first footfall of the master or mistress. Every sound, every glance, every word exchanged by adults became data to be stored and analyzed. The best observers noticed the way shoes sounded on different floors, the sighs that meant trouble, the patterns in how punishments were doled out. Some children became so attuned to the rhythms of the house that they could vanish at the first sign of danger, slipping out of sight, holding their breath, moving like ghosts. Others learned to mimic the blank expressions of older servants, to swallow pain and grief behind a mask of obedience. For some, this silence lasted years. Friendships were fleeting, secrets dangerous, and laughter almost unheard of. Children formed their own secret languages, a sideways glance, a barely there gesture, a silent warning to others in the same trap. In rare moments, they might whisper in the dark, sharing scraps of hope or warning, but daylight always brought the return of watchful quiet. Even in play, the risk of being overheard was ever present. In some homes, children were forbidden to speak to one another at all. A single laugh, a single question asked out of turn, could bring hours of extra labor or worse. The psychological cost was immense. The silent child lived in a state of constant vigilance, nerves stretched tight by fear. The mind became a library of caution, cataloging not just the habits of the masters, but the failings and cruelties of other servants, who sometimes turned on the youngest to avoid punishment themselves. Trust was rare, and kindness was often a currency traded for safety or scraps of food. Some children forgot the sound of their own voice, or found that, even when freedom came, words felt dangerous on the tongue. Yet in this darkness, some found a strange, stubborn power. Observation could be turned to advantage. By watching, the silent child learned where food was hidden, which adult was weakest, which hours were safest to rest. Some became experts in the patterns of keys and locks, in the rhythms of the household, in the moments when doors were left unguarded. There are stories, rare but real, of children who escaped through sheer cunning, slipping away during a festival or fire, using knowledge gathered through years of silent watching. Others used their insight to warn fellow servants of danger. to protect a younger child from the master's rage, or to avoid the worst of the violence. There are no monuments to these children. Their names are lost, their stories scattered in the margins of diaries and court records, in the fleeting mentions of the silent one, the watcher, the dumb child, who was, in truth, far more aware than anyone knew. In slave narratives from the American South, in recollections of child laborers from Victorian London, in the haunting testimony of survivors from more recent horrors, the theme is constant. Those who survived longest were often those who spoke least, who learned that silence could be the difference between pain and protection, between life and death. The legacy of this survival strategy lingers even now. Generations later, descendants of the silent children sometimes carry the habit of watchfulness, the sense that danger is always just beyond the next door, that a careless word can cost everything. Psychologists call it hypervigilance, a survival adaptation so deeply learned that it can shape lives long after the threat is gone. The world may change, but the lessons of silence remain etched in memory and muscle, a reminder that, for some, growing up meant becoming invisible. There is a terrible irony in the story of the child slave who survived by watching, not talking. In a world where every child should be free to ask, to learn, to speak their mind, history carved out spaces where the only wisdom was to stay silent, to vanish in plain sight. The silent child paid a price for every day survived, a childhood traded for a few more hours of safety, a voice muted in exchange for the right to exist. And yet, there is also a kind of quiet heroism here. Against all odds, these children endured, bearing witness to cruelty while dreaming, perhaps, of another world. Some grew up and found their voices at last, speaking truth to the world that once demanded their silence. Others never found the words, but their watchful eyes changed lives in ways no one could measure. In the end, their survival is a testament not only to human resilience, but to the tragic cost of a society that values silence over compassion. So remember the silent watchers in history's darkest rooms, the children who survived by listening, by learning, by holding their voices close. Their silence was both shield and shackle, their wisdom a weapon forged in fear. In their memory, may we strive for a world where every question is met with patience, every voice is heard, and no child must ever again survive by becoming invisible. The artisan who was spared for refusing to describe his work. In the ancient workshops where beauty and mystery entwined, not every secret was written in ink or carved in stone. There were places, scattered across continents and centuries, where the true value of a creation was measured not just by what the eye could see, but by the shadows that lingered behind the process. In these times, some artisans became legends not for what they revealed, but for what they refused to say. Among them, there is a story, told and retold in hushed tones, of one master who survived upheaval, envy, and even violence, simply because he would not describe his work. His silence was his shield, and in a world haunted by fear of curses and sabotage, it was sometimes all that stood between genius and the grave. Imagine the candlelit corner of a medieval city, or the sun-drenched courtyards of an old empire, where artisans bent over their work with hands stained by pigment and time. Guilds might have their oaths and secrets, but some skills were more than craft. They were considered magic. To reveal too much was to risk losing not just your livelihood, but your life. In eras where art and superstition mingled freely, it was believed that speaking the secrets aloud could call forth bad luck, or worse, summon a curse that would destroy the work or bring misfortune to its maker. This fear was not just fantasy. It was reinforced by stories of ruined workshops, failed masterpieces, or sudden illness following the careless sharing of sacred techniques. Our artisan knew this better than most. He watched the fate of those who spoke too freely, how an offhand comment could become a whispered rumor, and a rumor could become a target. In times of crisis, invaders or jealous neighbors often hunted for those who knew how to craft weapons, heal wounds, or create wonders. Artisans who bragged about their process were often the first to be questioned, tortured, or pressed into service. But those who remained silent, whose work seemed to appear from thin air, were often spared. Their silence made them mysterious, even sacred, too dangerous or too valuable to destroy. There were stories, not just in Europe or Asia, but all across the ancient world, of artisans revered for their secrecy. In Egypt, those who could cast flawless bronze or mix the deepest blue were considered touched by the gods, protected so long as their methods were kept hidden. In Renaissance Italy, where painters and masons competed for the favor of powerful families, craftsmen who kept their formulas secret were courted, bribed, and sometimes threatened, but rarely killed. Their silence became a kind of aura, an invisible armor against the chaos outside. For our artisan, every day was an act of calculated restraint. When customers pressed for details, how did he achieve that glaze, that impossible hue, that almost living texture? He simply smiled and shrugged. When apprentices begged for more than they were allowed to see, he taught them only what was safe, never the final step, never the full recipe. In the market, rivals watched his every move, trying to piece together his secrets from scraps and mistakes. But he never boasted, never demonstrated more than necessary, never put words to the magic of his hands. This secrecy was not just paranoia, it was survival. In societies where envy could spark violence, and the fear of curses was as real as the fear of thieves, artisans who revealed too much sometimes met abrupt ends. Stories abound of craftsmen poisoned by rivals, betrayed by students, or denounced as sorcerers when their work seemed impossible to explain. Superstition filled the air, making every whispered explanation a potential death sentence. The artisan's silence, then, was not just a habit, it was an ancient, inherited wisdom. Sometimes that wisdom was put to the test in the worst way. When war or plague struck, when conquerors stormed the city, or suspicious mobs roamed the streets, those with unusual skills became both targets and treasures. If questioned by soldiers or local lords, an artisan who could describe every step of his process might be forced to work at sword point, or executed if he refused. But the one who simply said, "I do not know how, I only follow the guidance of the gods, or my dreams," was sometimes spared. The unknowable could not be stolen or copied. The artisan became a puzzle no conqueror could solve, a vessel for something sacred and untouchable. The fear of cursing a creation by describing it was not just folklore. Modern psychologists recognize that many cultures develop taboos around explaining mastery, especially in dangerous times. To put a name to something is to make it vulnerable. To describe a technique is to risk seeing it fail, or to have it turned against you. In the high-stakes world of ancient craft, silence was both a superstition and a very real strategy for self-preservation. Some rulers, too, understood this logic. Wise kings protected their artisans, granting them privileges in exchange for silence. Secret rooms, coded recipes, locked boxes, all were used to keep the heart of a craft hidden from spies and rivals. Some empires thrived on their secrets. The recipe for Damascus steel, the formula for Chinese porcelain, the dye that made Tyrian purple, all were shrouded in legend, and those who held them learned to guard their words as fiercely as their lives. If they survived the jealousies and the chaos, they were rewarded with respect, even reverence. To be an artisan who could not be compelled to reveal his secrets was to hold power that transcended the reach of kings. But there was also a loneliness in this silence, a distance between the artisan and the world he served. He watched others show off their work, earn quick fame and quick ruin. He watched apprentices come and go, never knowing the full truth. He carried his secrets not just in his mind, but in his body. Old scars, tired eyes, a subtle tension that never faded. In moments of solitude, he might whisper his process to the night air, trusting that the darkness would not betray him. Sometimes he wondered if the price of survival was too high, but each time the world turned violent or envious, he was reminded of the old wisdom. What is spoken can be broken, but what is kept in silence endures. History rarely remembers the names of these secret keepers. Their signatures fade, their techniques become legends, their true stories dissolve into myth. But every great civilization rests on their work. Cathedrals that never cracked, weapons that never dulled, paintings that seemed to glow with an inner light. The artisan who was spared for refusing to describe his work leaves behind more than objects. He leaves behind the proof that survival sometimes means knowing when to speak and when to hold your tongue, even in the face of danger or temptation. In the end, his silence is not cowardice, nor greed, nor pride. It is the wisdom of 1,000 generations who learned that creation is sacred, that some mysteries must be protected, and that sometimes the greatest act of defiance is simply to remain silent while the world demands answers. His story lingers wherever a masterpiece hangs without a signature, wherever an impossible craft endures through centuries, wherever the secret heart of beauty survives by never being spoken aloud. The midwife who never told who the father was. In the shadowy corridors behind every throne, where power and bloodlines twisted together, there was always someone who knew the secrets that could break a kingdom with a whisper. She was not a noble or a priest, not a scholar or a soldier. She was a midwife, summoned in the blackest hours, cloaked in linen, hands slick with life and death, witness to the messiest truths of royalty. When the child arrived wailing into candlelit chambers, the mother might be a queen, a lady-in-waiting, or a chambermaid carrying a king's careless secret. And sometimes the secret was so dangerous that it could unravel dynasties, ignite war, or doom the woman who dared bring it into the world. In the kingdoms of old, lineage was destiny. The legitimacy of a royal child could tip the scales between peace and slaughter. Every birth was a gamble, every paternity, a potential scandal. The question was always there, lurking in the anxious glances of courtiers and the careful, measured tones of servants. Who is the father? In a palace where trust was rarer than gold and rumor traveled faster than light, the answer was never just a private matter. It could decide who wore the crown, who lived, and who vanished in the night, never to be spoken of again. Yet amidst all this peril, there was one figure who knew more than anyone else, and who was trusted, or feared, enough to keep that knowledge buried forever. The midwife. She was both healer and confessor, called upon in times of need and dismissed in times of danger. Her presence at royal bedsides was as essential as it was fraught with risk. She saw the fear in the queen's eyes when a birth came too soon, the despair of a young maid hiding a swollen belly, the hush of a noblewoman clutching her hand and whispering prayers to saints and ancestors. The midwife alone witnessed the full, raw truth of these moments, and she alone was expected to erase them from history the moment the child's first cry echoed in the chamber. There are countless stories, half lost, half preserved in the dust of old letters and the whispers of village grandmothers, about midwives who delivered royal bastards. In Tudor England, in Bourbon France, In the Ottoman harem, or in the secret chambers of Russian czars, midwives played a role both vital and invisible. They were sworn to silence, sometimes on pain of death. To reveal the father's name, to utter a word about what she'd seen, was treason, not just against a family, but against the state itself. Consider the fate of a midwife in a court where suspicion meant execution. The moment a child's hair or eyes betrayed a secret, the air grew thin with danger. If a king's mistress gave birth in the dark of night, the midwife had to explain away any sign that might link the child to the throne. If a queen's baby came too early or bore the mark of a lover, it was the midwife who was questioned, threatened, sometimes tortured for information she must never give. She became the repository of 100 living lies, carrying the burden of knowledge that could destroy her, the mother, or even the child if it fell into the wrong hands. How did these women survive? Not by the strength of arms or cunning politics, but by mastering the hardest discipline of all, absolute silence. They perfected the art of the blank face, the calm hands, the steady gaze. They learned to say nothing, to look away when questioned, to let a secret die on their tongue. Some took formal oaths, swearing before God and witnesses to carry what they knew to the grave. Others simply understood, with bone-deep certainty, that survival meant never letting slip the truth, not even to a lover, not even to their own family, not even in the feverish confusion of old age. The midwife's silence was both a shield and a prison. It protected her from the immediate threat, but it also isolated her from all comfort. She lived with the knowledge of births erased from the records, of children spirited away to convents or raised as distant cousins, of queens who mourned in secret for what could never be claimed. In the rare moments when she allowed herself to remember, she did so knowing that every memory was a potential noose. Trust no one. Tell no one. Leave no trace. Sometimes the world rewarded such silence. A midwife who survived her years at court might find herself quietly honored, gifted land or coin, allowed to retire in peace, provided she never spoke of what she had seen. More often, the reward was merely survival itself. Some midwives died young, the weight of secrets too heavy to bear, or disappeared when a new king wanted to erase all witnesses to his family's indiscretions. But the legend of the silent midwife endured, passed from generation to generation in cautionary tales and whispered prayers. It is tempting to see these women as mere tools of royal survival, but there was power in their role. With every secret kept, they shaped the course of history. The child who lived because the midwife said nothing might one day become a ruler. The scandal that never broke might preserve an uneasy peace. The midwife became, in her way, the silent architect of dynasties, a shadow hand guiding the fate of kings, queens, and all those whose bloodlines mattered more than their lives. But what did it cost? Silence is never free. The price was paid in sleepless nights, in haunted looks, in the knowledge that a single careless word could bring disaster. Some midwives prayed for forgiveness. Others hardened themselves, accepting that history would never know their names, their sacrifices, or the truths they carried. They became invisible, lost to records, remembered only in the unbroken chain of secrets that survived them. In the end, the story of the midwife who never told who the father was is more than a tale of fear and survival. It is the story of ordinary courage in an extraordinary world. It is a reminder that sometimes the people who shape the fate of nations do so not with grand gestures or heroic speeches, but with the quietest act of all, the decision to keep a secret, no matter the danger, no matter the cost. And as long as there are thrones and scandals and children born in darkness, the legend of the silent midwife will haunt the corridors of power, a whisper too dangerous ever to speak aloud. The shipwrecked sailor who lived by listening to foreign tongues, out on a nameless, endless sea, beneath skies that shift from burning blue to starless black, disaster strikes with a violence that doesn't feel real until it's too late. The wind howls, the waves swallow men and wood alike, and when dawn finally breaks, only one survivor clings to a shattered beam. Adrift, salt-blind and trembling, fate cast loose from the rest of the world. This is the beginning of a story older than empires. The lone sailor, swept by storm and luck into the unknown, washed ashore among strangers whose words and customs are as alien as the tides themselves. But this is not just the tale of survival against the elements. It is the quieter, sharper battle that begins the moment the castaway staggers up the sand and hears voices. A language he doesn't know, spoken by people who may be merciful or merciless, whose first question might decide whether he is seen as a guest, a slave, or a corpse. History is full of such moments. Sailors from Phoenicia, Greece, Rome, and later, the Middle Ages, swept far from home by shipwreck, forced into the world of the unknown. For most, silence in these moments meant fear, suspicion, the immediate risk of violence. But in rare cases, silence became a shield, a strategy, the slender thread between survival and oblivion. Imagine the castaway, weak and starving, concealed among rocks or reeds as he hears the first sounds of this new land. The temptation is to call out for help, but a deeper instinct, honed by tales of pirates, slave traders, and hostile tribes, warns him, "Speak, and you reveal everything. Your origins, your desperation, your lack of allies." Many sailors who survived shipwrecks learned this lesson the hard way. In many lands and eras, a foreign tongue was as good as a warrant for enslavement, ransom, or even death. Words could betray you long before you even understood the rules of your new world. So the sailor waits and listens. He watches the strangers' gestures, the rhythms of their days, the way they barter, praise, or threaten each other. He learns the cadence of their language, the rise and fall of syllables, the words that bring laughter and the ones that bring scorn. Each night, hidden from sight, he repeats sounds under his breath, mimicking the language until it becomes half familiar. The days turn into weeks, hunger gnawing at him, yet he resists the urge to reveal himself too soon. Each scrap of overheard conversation is a lifeline. Each day alive is another chance to fit into the shape of this world, rather than be shattered by it. History, especially in the Mediterranean and along the Silk Road, is filled with accounts of survivors who owed their lives to this discipline. Sailors and merchants, wrecked on foreign shores, became ghosts, listening, learning, gradually piecing together not just vocabulary, but custom, taboos, hierarchies. In some cases, the silence was imposed by injury or fear, in others by deliberate strategy. They saw what happened to those who were discovered too early. Men paraded through markets, shackled for sale. Women vanished into households or brothels. Children raised as servants, their past erased. But the castaway who kept silent could become invisible, could even slip into the fabric of the village or port before anyone questioned where he had come from. Imagine the psychological strain of this existence. Every day, the sailor must act as if he belongs, while knowing that a single misplaced word could unravel his disguise. He may take odd jobs, mimic gestures, answer with shrugs or nods. Perhaps he is taken in as a mute laborer, valued for his silence, and uses every moment to collect the puzzle pieces of language and belonging. The mind sharpens with desperation, memories of home pressed into the background, replaced by new habits, new fears. Finally, the moment comes. Perhaps it is a market day, or a time of crisis, when the village needs every able hand. Someone asks him a direct question, expecting only a grunt or a gesture in return. But instead, he replies, slowly, haltingly, but in their own tongue. The villagers stare in shock. Where did this stranger learn to speak like one of them? Suspicion flickers in their eyes, but so does something else: curiosity, even respect. For in many cultures, the ability to learn a language is a sign of intelligence, even of divine favor. The castaway, by revealing himself at just the right moment, becomes more than an outsider. He becomes a bridge, someone who can negotiate, trade, or teach. Sometimes he is even celebrated, invited to share his story, transformed from a shadow into a guest. The world is filled with echoes of this archetype. Chinese and Arab sailors lost in the Indian Ocean, Vikings landing in the far reaches of Scotland, even the survivors of medieval shipwrecks washing up on hostile or unknown shores, all faced the same stark choice: speak and risk all, or listen and survive. The line between slavery and freedom, life and death, was often measured in words withheld, in secrets learned beneath the cloak of silence. Years later, if the sailor survived and found his way home, his story would be told not as a tale of heroism in battle, but of wisdom, patience, and the strange power of holding one's tongue. Some never returned at all, instead vanishing into the societies they adopted, their original identities a memory buried deeper than the sea itself. In rare cases, the villages that had once eyed a silent stranger with suspicion would, in time, remember him as a kind of legend, the one who came from nowhere, who listened more than he spoke, who survived not by sword or strength, but by the keenest tool a shipwrecked soul could possess: a mind open to the world, and a mouth wisely, patiently closed. The lesson lingers, centuries later, as both warning and inspiration. Sometimes the most powerful act is not to speak, but to wait, to let the world reveal itself until at last you find the words that fit, and the moment that can save your life. The cult member who couldn't reveal the name of their god. Imagine belonging to a faith where the holiest truth was a secret you could never share. In the shadows beneath ancient Roman cities, in torchlit caves and hidden chambers, men gathered to worship, not in grand cathedrals, but in silence, wrapped in ritual and fear. This was the world of the mystery religions, where belonging meant surrendering not only your privacy, but your voice itself. And at the heart of it all was a rule older than memory: speak the god's true name outside the inner circle, and you risked everything: banishment, disgrace, even death. In the time of the Roman Empire, official gods had their temples, their festivals, their public parades. Jupiter's name rang out from the Senate. Venus was painted on the city's walls. But beneath the city, another world pulsed. It was built on secrecy. The deeper the mystery, the greater the power. The most forbidden truth was always the name of the god at the center of the cult. Among these, none was more infamous, more rigorously concealed, than the secret at the heart of Mithraism. Initiates of the cult passed through layers of silence, sworn to oaths stronger than iron. You could tell your family you belonged to the Brotherhood. You might hint at the rites and the feasts, speak of the bull slaying and the stars, but the god's real name, the one whispered only at the height of midnight rituals, never crossed your lips. To utter it outside the sacred cavern was unthinkable. It wasn't just taboo. It was a transgression against the cosmos itself, believed to bring ruin to yourself and all your brethren. Imagine the burden this placed on a cult member. For him, faith was not only devotion, but discipline, a test of loyalty measured in the words he did not say. In daily life, he lived among skeptics and rivals, sometimes even family members who belonged to other cults or none at all. If questioned, he would deflect. telling stories about heroes and light, about moral transformation, never betraying the secret at the heart of his soul. He watched others falter, those who could not resist the urge to boast, or those caught muttering the forbidden name in their sleep. Their fates were swift and silent, cast out, shunned, erased from memory. Sometimes they simply disappeared. The rest learned from their silence, growing more careful with each day, inventing symbols, handshakes, coded greetings. The cult became a fortress of silence, every member guarding the sacred name as if it were life itself. But what was it like to carry that secret? Imagine living in a world where your God's name, the single most powerful sound you know, cannot ever be spoken except among the chosen. Prayers became dances of metaphor and omission. In the deepest ceremonies, the name was uttered only once, in darkness, surrounded by brothers who would take the secret to their graves. It was a moment of awe and terror, a communion built not on words, but on the gravity of what could never be spoken. Outside the temple, the cult member lived in a kind of exile, always surrounded by people who could never know him fully. The silence became part of his identity. He watched the world change, empires rise and fall, old gods replaced by new, while the secret of his God moved quietly, untouched, through generations. The world above forgot, but the silence below endured. Even now, centuries later, historians can only guess at the true names, the hidden words that bound these communities together. The cult member's silence echoes down the ages, a reminder of how powerful a secret can be, how faith sometimes means not shouting, but holding your truth in the space where words dare not go. The real mystery was never just the name. It was the unbreakable bond between those who kept it, the courage to stay silent even as the world demanded to know. In the end, the greatest devotion was not in what they worshipped aloud, but in what they never revealed at all. The warrior who sat in total silence before battle. Imagine the final hours before battle, the air charged with the scent of blood, leather, and fear. Across a plain shrouded in morning mist, a line of warriors sits, unmoving, their faces expressionless, their bodies statuesque. There is no boasting, no rallying cry, no sound but the faint wind and the distant shuffle of enemies preparing in kind. The only thing louder than the hush is the pulse of their hearts and the weight of tradition that keeps their mouths firmly closed. For these warriors, silence is not absence. It is a ritual, a shield, a summoning. It is the ancient power that separates the living from the soon-to-be dead. From the frozen forests of northern Europe to the dust of African savannas, from the mountains of Central Asia to the endless grasslands of North America, the ritual of pre-battle silence emerges again and again across cultures. It is the moment when men, outnumbered or outmatched, gather together not to speak, but to become a single force, drawing strength not from words, but from the gravity of their shared quiet. In these moments, every eye looks inward, every hand rests upon the weapon it must soon wield, and every soul calls out, not to a comrade, but to the ancestors watching from the shadow of memory. It is easy to mistake silence for cowardice or for emptiness, but in the eyes of the tribes who mastered this ritual, it was the highest proof of courage and power. To sit in stillness while death draws near, to hold back fear, excitement, even the urge to pray aloud, was to demonstrate complete control over the self. Warriors were taught from childhood that the tongue is a gate to the heart, that a careless word could let out the panic that poisons a group, that only silence keeps the battle spirit pure. The loudest among them were sometimes forbidden to fight, exiled to the rear ranks, or made to prove themselves through acts of utter self-restraint. There are stories carved into oral tradition, written in the edges of ancient chronicles, whispered down from one generation to the next. A war chief who sits with eyes half closed, unmoving, as his enemies taunt him from across the river. A group of shield-bearers who gather in a circle, knees drawn up, faces hidden, each listening for the words of ancestors not heard with ears, but with the trembling marrow of bone. The shaman paces outside the circle, scattering ash, watching for the first man to crack. A twitch, a cough, a muttered oath. Only those who remain silent earn the right to lead the charge. In some cultures, this ritual silence was enforced with ritual and threat. Among certain Native American nations, warriors who broke the hush were considered to have already doomed themselves, their fate sealed by words cast into the ether. Among the Zulu, the pre-battle silence was seen as the gathering of spirit, an unbroken chain reaching back through generations. In feudal Japan, samurai sat in seiza, eyes cast downward, breathing slow and even, reciting nothing aloud but letting their ancestors fill the silence with invisible counsel. Even the Vikings, known for their fury in battle, held moments of absolute quiet before the storm, each man wrestling his fate in solitude before unleashing it in thunder. The practical wisdom behind this ritual runs deeper than superstition. Words can betray nerves. A single boastful phrase can reveal doubt. A trembling voice can infect the group with unease. Silence, by contrast, is contagious in its power. One man calm and resolute can steady a dozen more. When a war party sits in stillness, the enemy's spies see no cracks to exploit, no sign of fear to magnify. The group becomes a wall of will, impenetrable, unreadable, terrifying in its unity. But the power of silence is not only psychological. For these warriors, it was spiritual. The hush before battle was believed to open a door, a channel between the world of the living and the vast, unseen realm of ancestors. Each warrior, whether armed with spear, sword, or simple courage, sat in communion with the dead. The silence became a canvas for memory, of those who fought before, who died on the same ground, whose bones seeded the earth beneath their feet. Some believed that a true warrior could feel his ancestors' hands on his shoulders, lending strength where flesh alone would fail. The louder the world became, the more vital the silence. Consider the transformation. Boys who had never killed become men in that hush, molded not by shouted orders, but by the trial of endurance, the test of patience. There is a paradox here. The greatest violence grows from the deepest stillness. The longer the silence, the sharper the storm that follows. When the chief finally gives the sign, no voice, just a gesture, a look. What erupts is not chaos, but a kind of orchestrated fury. Every man springs from his trance with the full force of will collected in the quiet, unleashed all at once upon the enemy. To modern eyes, obsessed with bravado and spectacle, this ritual can seem alien. But its wisdom endures. In every military force, from ancient Sparta to today's elite units, moments of enforced silence remain. The group waits, holds its breath, becomes something more than the sum of its parts. Even outside battle, athletes, performers, astronauts, they all know the value of that final quiet, the gathering of strength, the centering of the self before the test. Yet for the ancient warrior, there was more at stake than victory. To break the silence was to admit weakness, to sever the invisible bond with the past. It was to go into battle alone, abandoned by the spirits who might have watched over you. Some warriors who failed the test of silence were made to sit apart, to fast, to atone before being allowed to join their brothers. Others simply never returned, taken not by the enemy, but by their own failure to control the only thing truly theirs, their voice. So imagine again the field at dawn, the hush that falls like a blanket over men who know they may not see another sunset. In that silence, fear is felt and conquered. In that silence, the dead are remembered, and the living become more than just bodies with weapons. They become a line stretching back into myth, held together by shared purpose and an unbreakable, wordless faith. When the moment comes and the silence breaks, it is not with words, but with action, with the thunder of feet and the cry that has been building in the chest, waiting for its hour. The story of the warrior who sat in total silence before battle is the story of humanity at its most intense, its most vulnerable, and its most powerful. It is the lesson that sometimes the greatest strength is not found in noise, but in the discipline to sit with your own fear, your own past, and your own spirit. It is in that silence that men become legends, not by what they say, but by what they are willing to endure, together, without a word. The child who was punished for crying at a funeral. In the twilight space between the living and the dead, grief does not always find the freedom it needs to breathe. In some corners of the world, loss is not given a voice. It is stifled, shaped, and silenced by rules that are older than memory. For generations, children at funerals learned the cost of expressing pain in the wrong way. The world might be ending, a beloved face gone forever. But to cry too loudly was a sin against the dead, a threat to the delicate passage between realms. The child who could not contain his tears, whose sobs pierced the hush of mourning, was punished, not only for his own sake, but for the sake of a restless spirit that must not be disturbed. In these cultures, silence became the highest respect, and grief was measured not by the sound of sorrow, but by the ability to endure it in utter quiet. Imagine the small hands of a child, trembling in the shadow of a funeral procession. The air is heavy with incense or flowers, the faces of elders carved with lines of sorrow. There is music, but it is subdued, voices, but they are whispers. The child, too young to understand the rules, lets his pain slip out, first as a whimper, then as a sob, then as the kind of wild, helpless crying only a child can muster. The sound echoes through the space, drawing cold glances, tight lips, a swift hand on the shoulder. In some places, the response is a stern look. In others, it is sharper. A pinch, a slap, a threat whispered between clenched teeth. Do not cry here. You will anger the dead. You will keep them from leaving. This was not cruelty for its own sake. In cultures from West Africa to parts of East Asia, from isolated mountain villages to the bustling cities of the Mediterranean, ancient beliefs held that the transition between life and death was fragile. Spirits needed silence to find their way. Noise, especially the keening of women or the wailing of children, was thought to confuse or entrap them, leaving them to wander, lost, among the living. Funerals became rituals of containment, of voices, of movement, of the very air itself. Sometimes this taboo was so strong that even the adults wept silently, tears sliding down faces without a sound. The children, learning by imitation and by force, were expected to swallow their agony and sit in stillness until the last rite was finished. There is a certain logic to this silence, one that echoes through the centuries. To grieve quietly is to signal to the spirit that it is time to move on, that the living will endure. To wail, to scream, is to beg the dead to stay, a dangerous temptation that could disrupt the natural order. In these worlds, every noise was a risk, every outburst a possible curse. The elders believed that restless spirits would bring sickness, misfortune, or madness to the house. The stakes, for them, could not have been higher. But for the children, too young to master the art of silent grief, the cost was immediate and personal. To be punished for crying at a funeral was to learn, in the most painful way, that some feelings must be hidden, even in the darkest moments. It was to feel the heat of shame mixing with the cold of loss, to be marked as a threat to the peace of the family, the village, the very world itself. In some families, the punishment was ritualized, an old superstition made flesh by a slap or a forced isolation. In others, it was more insidious, a child told again and again that his tears would call the dead back, that his love could become a weapon if not controlled. Over time, this lesson carved itself into the psyche, shaping not just the experience of mourning, but the shape of all emotion that followed. The silence demanded at funerals did not end with the ceremony. It echoed forward through years, teaching children to distrust their own grief, to hold back the tidal wave of feeling for fear of some unseen consequence. For many, this became a lifelong reflex. Tears hidden in pillows, pain swallowed in public, sorrow that turned inward and became a secret. The belief in spiritual danger was so deeply woven into the fabric of the community that it survived even when the old gods faded, even when families moved to new continents, even when the language of mourning changed. Anthropologists have traced these taboos back to the earliest rituals of burial and loss. In some places, the fear of noise at funerals coexisted with other, more extravagant expressions of grief. The wailing women of the Middle East, the hired mourners of ancient Rome. But always there was a line between what was permitted and what was dangerous, between grief as a communal act and grief as a spiritual risk. Children, who could not be trusted to navigate these invisible boundaries, became the focus of special scrutiny. In some cultures, a child who cried too loudly was taken away from the body, hidden from the spirit's path, or even left outside the house until silence returned. The psychological scars of this suppression are real, though rarely discussed. The child who was punished for crying at a funeral learned that love and fear could become tangled, that the heart's natural response to loss was not to be trusted. Some grew up to repeat the pattern, teaching their own children to grieve in silence, perpetuating the cycle across generations. Others rebelled, embracing loud, public mourning as a way to reclaim what was lost. But most carried the lesson quietly, feeling its weight in every moment of loss that followed, a hesitance to weep, a shame that surfaced in moments when the world should have felt safe enough for sorrow. History remembers these children only in fragments, a memory shared in an interview, a note in an old anthropological text, a line in a poem about loss. Their names are forgotten, but the lesson they learned survives wherever silence is mistaken for strength, wherever the needs of the spirit outweigh the cries of the living. In these spaces, grief is a secret language, spoken in glances and gestures, in hands squeezed too tight, in eyes that refuse to meet the gaze of others. But beneath this silence, another truth waits. The spirits may need quiet to depart, but the living need space to mourn, to speak, to be heard. The child who was punished for crying at a funeral carries this contradiction into adulthood, forever balancing the needs of the past against the aching honesty of the heart. In the end, every culture must reckon with this question: who is mourning for, the dead or those left behind? And how many generations will it take before a child's tears are seen not as a threat, but as the first, honest step in healing? Somewhere, in the silence after the last prayer is spoken, you can almost hear the echoes of those suppressed sobs, an ancient sorrow demanding to be remembered, not punished, but finally understood. The exile who wasn't killed, because he never spoke again. History has always had a place for those who fall from grace, but rarely does it offer mercy. In a world of courts and kingdoms, where loyalty is counted in blood and the line between favor and ruin can vanish in a heartbeat, exile was a fate just shy of death. Yet, in the margins of dusty chronicles and ancient songs, there lingers the legend of a single noble whose survival defied the expectations of friend and enemy alike, a man who was not executed, not because he begged or bribed, but because he made a single, final sacrifice, the absolute surrender of his own voice. Picture the scene. A castle at twilight, banners drooping, torches flaring in the cold wind. In the great hall, whispers swirl, rumors of betrayal, of a plot uncovered, of the king's wrath gathering like a storm. The noble in question, once beloved, now condemned, stands surrounded by his accusers. His face is pale, his hands clenched. He does not protest. He does not plead. He listens to the charges with a silence so complete, so unyielding, that it unsettles even those most eager for his blood. The sentence is spoken. Exile. For most, this is a mere prelude to an accidental death, starvation, banditry, poison on the road. For others, exile is simply execution by slower means, the stripping of wealth, name, family, and home. But this noble, with a gaze like still water and lips pressed into a thin line, does something none expect. As he is led from the hall, he makes no sound. As he is marched through jeering crowds, he does not shout his innocence or curse his enemies. He vanishes from the world not in a storm of words, but in utter, deliberate silence. He escapes into the hills, those wild, ragged lands beyond the reach of law, where the wind is sharp and the nights are black and long. For days, weeks, perhaps even months, he travels alone. Sometimes he is glimpsed on mountain paths or seen foraging in lonely valleys, but never does he speak. Hunters and shepherds tell stories of a figure with haunted eyes who will share a fire but never a name, who listens but offers no greeting, who asks nothing and answers less. At first, some try to draw him out, to tempt him with news or gossip or the comforts of company. But always he responds with silence, and in time, even the boldest villagers grow wary, superstitious, believing he is either blessed by some holy vow or cursed by fate itself. Back in the kingdom, his silence grows into legend. In a place where confession can save or damn, where a careless word can ripple outward into catastrophe, his refusal to speak becomes both shield and symbol. The king's spies watch for letters, for plots, for any sign that the exile conspires with foreign powers or the enemies of the crown. But there is nothing. No words, no messages, no oaths sworn in secret. The court begins to forget, or tries to, but the memory of his last, unbroken silence gnaws at those who condemned him. What does he know, they wonder, that is so dangerous he must never speak? Or, what shame does the crown bear that they let him live, so long as he vanishes behind his wall of silence? Years pass. The seasons grind on, grinding away his former life until only the shape of his silence remains. Sometimes, villagers bring him food, leave it at the edge of his shelter, watching for a nod of thanks. He never begs, never threatens, never weeps. In silence, he becomes a fixture in the hills, part rumor, part warning. Parents hush their children with tales of the silent exile, saying that only those who truly repent can survive such a fate. Outlaws, drawn by curiosity or cruelty, try to provoke him, but find themselves unnerved by his utter refusal to engage. Some even try violence, but the exile never cries for help, never curses his attackers. His stoicism becomes its own protection, turning the world's hostility aside with the force of absence. But exile is not merely a punishment. It is a crucible, burning away all but the essentials of self. In the solitude of the hills, the noble is forced to confront every memory, every regret, every ghost that chased him from the warmth of the court to the cold arms of the wilderness. Without speech, the mind becomes both cage and cathedral. Thoughts echo louder, sharper. until the very act of survival becomes a kind of meditation. Some nights he traces the constellations, remembering the stories he once told at feasts. Other nights, he listens to the wind and the distant calls of wolves, finding in their wordless existence a kind of kinship. There is power in his choice. By refusing to speak, he denies his enemies the weapon they most desire: confession, accusation, betrayal. He becomes unreadable, untouchable, more myth than man. Some claim he communes with spirits, that his silence is a gateway to wisdom beyond mortal understanding. Others believe he has become a living curse, his tongue bound by the crimes of those who exiled him. Pilgrims, in need of absolution or strength, begin to seek him out, not for guidance, but simply to witness the discipline of a soul who chose erasure over compromise. In time, word of the silent exile reaches even distant kingdoms. Some rulers envy the discipline, others fear the precedent. In courts where treason is always a threat, whispers spread. What if more disgraced nobles chose silence over vengeance? What if the old codes of confession and pardon could be broken with nothing but unyielding quiet? The exile's silence becomes a riddle no one can solve, a threat that cannot be countered with force or law. In his final years, the exile grows gaunt, weathered by the seasons and the weight of his own solitude. Those who dare approach him see not madness, but a kind of hard, sorrowful peace. He tends a small garden, repairs his shelter, cares for wounded animals brought to his door. His eyes are gentle, but his silence is as deep and final as a grave. Some claim that in his last days he scribbles a single message on a scrap of bark, one word, one memory, perhaps one last accusation or benediction. But most say he dies as he lived, with his secrets unspoken, his past erased not by time, but by his own will. When at last the news reaches the kingdom, the silent exile is dead, there is a collective sigh of relief, tinged with unease. For in his silence he outlived the men who condemned him, the king who feared him, and the world that tried to force his story into words. The hills where he vanished become a place of pilgrimage, not for what he said, but for what he refused to say. His legend becomes a lesson, echoing through the centuries, that sometimes the greatest defiance, the most unbreakable defense, is not in rage or plea, but in the long, unbroken silence of a man who chooses his own fate. So when you hear tales of the disgraced who vanished and survived, remember, the exile who was not killed because he spoke no more, became something rarer than a martyr or a rebel. He became the proof that even in a world ruled by words and blood, there is still a sanctuary in silence, and power in the voice that is never, ever heard, the healer who refused to explain her medicine. Picture a world where illness is not just a misfortune, but a test set by the gods or spirits, a riddle wrapped in suffering, watched by unseen eyes. In this world, the healer is both revered and feared, a woman who walks the line between salvation and suspicion. She gathers roots before dawn, listens to the wind for omens, and knows the taste of every bitter leaf in the forest. But when villagers, trembling with fever or bent by pain, come to her hut at the edge of the woods, they do not ask her to explain her cures, and if they do, she will not answer. Not with words, not with explanations. Her medicine is shown, never spoken. This silence is not simple shyness. It is protection, both for herself and for those who seek her help. In ancient times, across continents from Europe to Asia to Africa, medicine was a dangerous art. Knowledge of plants and cures could bring suspicion from priests or chiefs, who feared that too much understanding could anger jealous deities or unravel the order of things. Healers risked accusations of witchcraft or heresy. The wrong word could bring exile, torture, or death. Even success was fraught. Too many miracles, and the healer might be marked as unnatural, a rival to the gods, or a secret poisoner. So, the healer adopts a code older than any written language: do, but do not tell. She teaches apprentices by gesture, demonstration, silent repetition. The way to grind the bark, how long to boil the roots, which words to whisper during the stirring. These things are shown in the hush of dusk, when the world is half asleep and prying eyes are elsewhere. Sometimes, the most important parts of the ritual are left unspoken, secrets passed only in a glance or a touch, woven into the rhythms of daily labor. Even the plants themselves are hidden, gathered from places only she knows, with steps retraced and footprints erased in the morning dew. For the healer, this silence is survival. Ancient history is filled with examples: Babylonian, Greek, Roman, Celtic, even early Islamic and Vedic traditions, where herbalists and wise women kept their knowledge secret, guarded like treasure or family heirloom. Sometimes the gods themselves were invoked as guardians of knowledge. To speak this aloud is to risk divine wrath. There are accounts of temples where certain recipes or procedures were never written down, only enacted in ritual behind closed doors. In Egypt, the House of Life contained papyri of healing arts, but the most potent cures were never committed to ink, passed instead from hand to hand in darkness. Villagers often respected this mystery, even if it bred unease. They saw that the healer's silence protected everyone. If the wrong person learned the recipe for a powerful poison or the cure for a chieftain's malady, disaster could follow. Rival tribes might steal secrets, or the gods might decide that mortals had grown too bold. In some places, the punishment for sharing medicinal knowledge outside the family or priesthood was severe, ranging from ritual banishment to death. Healing became an act of trust, a performance rather than a lesson. Within the healer's hut, the apprentice learns to read the language of silence. Watch how the older woman's hands move, see which herbs she picks last, notice when she nods, or when her eyes narrow in warning. Recipes are never recited. They are embodied, woven into daily chores. Sometimes, a single mistake is punished with a season of exclusion, or even the withdrawal of all further teaching. To ask the wrong question can mean exile from the healer's presence forever. Silence here is not just habit. It is the very boundary between belonging and being cast out. This tradition of silent transmission was not just born from fear. It is also a recognition that some knowledge loses its power when named. The act of healing is half faith, half technique. To explain the recipe too openly is to strip it of its sacred mystery, to invite skepticism or ridicule, or to provoke those who would exploit or destroy what they cannot control. The healer herself may not even have the words to explain every part of what she does. The knowledge is lived, felt, and remembered in hands and heart more than in spoken language. Stories echo through time of healers who paid the price for breaking the silence. A Greek woman who explained her root cures to the wrong merchant is found dead days later, accused of magic. A Babylonian priest loses his standing after an apprentice writes down the fever remedy and sells it to a rival city. Even in later medieval Europe, herbalists whisper that too much teaching brings inquisitors to the door, that the gods or saints withdraw their favor from those who try to capture sacred knowledge in words. But sometimes, the silence is a final act of love. A healer at the end of her life might choose one student, often a daughter, a niece, or a quiet outsider, and pass on the secrets, gesture by gesture, while all others are kept away. The last lesson is always the hardest, that healing is not just about mixing plants or reciting prayers, but about knowing when to speak, and when to let silence carry what cannot safely be said. Even centuries later, folk traditions persist. The recipes for certain remedies are still never spoken aloud, but shown in kitchens and gardens, in the turn of a wrist or the flick of a knife. In the end, the healer's refusal to explain her medicine is both shield and legacy. It protects her from enemies seen and unseen, from the wrath of gods and the jealousy of men. It ensures her art survives, not in books, but in the lived bodies of those few who are chosen to see, to watch, and to remember. In the quiet corners of history, among the sick and the fearful, her silence becomes a language stronger than words, a testament to the hidden, sacred roots of healing, growing in the dark, flourishing only where wisdom and silence meet. The fisherman who fished only by silence and ritual. Before the modern world brought engines and radios to the shore, there were places where survival itself depended on something far older and deeper than technique or luck. There were islands and icy coasts where the sea was seen as a living presence, watchful, easily offended, sometimes generous, often cruel. Here, a fisherman's most valuable skill wasn't just knowing the tides or reading the sky. It was knowing when to be utterly silent. Imagine a man, calloused hands gripping a wooden paddle as he glides across a glassy lagoon or edges his kayak along a fjord rimmed in ice. He learned young that on these waters, every careless word was an insult, every laugh or shout a guarantee that the fish would vanish like ghosts. The elders said the ocean itself listened, that the fish could understand the difference between a boast and a prayer, between noise and reverence. So the fisherman rowed and cast his nets in absolute silence, each movement a ritual. In Polynesia, in the shadow of volcanoes, fathers taught sons the old ways. You learned to hush your breath as you set the hook, to step barefoot on the sand so even the ancestors could hear your respect. Certain chants were whispered before dawn, not to be overheard by neighbors, but offered softly to the spirits of sea and fish, asking permission, promising gratitude. Once on the water, there was no more talk, only the rhythm of paddles, the creak of wood, the hiss of wind over waves. To speak was to risk losing the catch, to break the invisible thread that tied you to the world beneath. In the Arctic, the code was even stricter. The seal hunter in his kajak learned that words could spook not only fish, but seals and whales. He moved like a shadow, every gesture careful, every tool handled as if in a ceremony. Some believed that animals could sense human intention, that even a stray word could warn them, send them fleeing to the depths. Stories were full of warnings. The hunter who bragged on shore would return empty-handed. The one who gossiped on the ice would find only silence in his nets. The most revered fishermen were those who seemed to merge with the world around them, speaking only through their patience, their humility, their understanding of ritual. But this silence wasn't just fear. It was a form of respect, an acknowledgement of the sea's power and unpredictability. The ocean was a giver, but only if approached with the right attitude. Rituals became a language of their own. The exact way to cast a net, the direction to face in the boat, the small offerings of food or song before the first catch. The most skilled fishermen became almost mythic, their success attributed not just to knowledge, but to a kind of spiritual alignment, a life lived in tune with the forces that ruled the deep. For the fisherman, every trip was an act of devotion. He might sit for hours, the only sound his heartbeat and the whisper of water against wood, his mind tuned to every subtle change in wind, current, or the faintest ripple from below. Some said the best fishermen could hear the fish moving, sense the right moment to act. But they all agreed on one thing: words had no place here. When the catch was finally made, the first fish was sometimes released or offered back. a gesture of gratitude that sealed the pact for another day. The silence followed him ashore. In some villages, the story of a day's work was told not in boasts, but in shared meals, in the quiet pride of a full basket, in rituals that connected the living to the lost and the living to the land. The fisherman carried his secrets in silence, knowing that to speak too freely was to invite misfortune, or worse, disrespect the mystery that fed his people. Generations later, as the world grew louder, much of this ritual silence faded. But even now, if you watch a lone figure on the dawn-lit water, waiting in stillness, you might sense the old reverence that once ruled the hunt, a reminder that, for some, survival depended not just on skill, but on a kind of sacred quiet, where every fish caught was a conversation carried on in silence. The wife who survived a coup by pretending to be deaf. Imagine the chaos of a palace in revolt. Soldiers stomping down echoing marble halls, torches flickering against stone, the old order shattered by the rush of new power. Screams echo in distant chambers, secrets are torn from trembling lips, and in the heart of it all, a woman sits absolutely still, eyes wide but unseeing, ears seemingly closed to the storm swirling around her. In a world ruled by suspicion, where every word can be your undoing and the wrong answer is a death sentence, her silence is not shock or surrender. It is her only weapon. She survives because she convinces them all, rebels and loyalists alike, that she cannot hear a single thing. History's palaces have always been arenas of betrayal, ambition, and sudden violence. In the shadow of every coup, there are survivors, not just by luck, but by cunning. The story of the wife who pretended to be deaf to save her own life is not as rare as you might think. Throughout history, women in courts from China to Persia, Byzantium to Mughal India have navigated the razor's edge of power by mastering the art of invisibility. But to feign deafness, that is a masterstroke, both risky and ingenious. When a coup erupts, everyone is suspect. The new regime is hungry for information. Who supported the old king? Who knew of the plot? Who might betray them next? For the wives of deposed rulers, life becomes a matter of constant calculation. To show fear is to invite exploitation. To protest innocence is to invite interrogation. To appear clever or cunning is to become a target. But to be deaf? To seem oblivious to whispered accusations and shouted orders, to act as though you hear nothing. This is to slip quietly below notice, to become the least threatening soul in a room full of knives. Imagine the moment the soldiers burst into her chamber. The room is cold, the air charged with terror. She sits with hands folded, gaze lowered, and when they bark questions, "Where is your husband? Who did you speak to last?" She only blinks in confusion. They shout, wave their swords, snarl oaths, but she remains placid, unmoved. Eventually, frustrated, they turn away. There are more dangerous people to question, more likely traitors to hunt. A woman who cannot hear is, in their minds, half blind to power. She cannot pass on secrets, cannot conspire, cannot testify. She is invisible. But the act is not as simple as plugging your ears and looking away. It is an ordeal that demands absolute control, every moment, for days or even weeks. She must suppress every instinct to flinch when someone whispers her name, every urge to react to the sound of steel drawn behind her back. When the new rulers gather the household for questioning, she sits quietly apart, eyes unfocused, hands steady. If a servant accidentally speaks too loud, if a conspirator tries to slip her a warning, she offers nothing. Not a smile, not a nod. She becomes a fixture in the palace, no more threatening than a tapestry or a withered old statue. The risks are immense. Should anyone suspect her, should she answer a question too quickly or show fear at the wrong moment, the game is over. In some courts, the penalty for deception is immediate and brutal. There are stories of deaf courtiers being thrown from balconies, poisoned, or quietly disappeared in the night. And yet, in the chaos of a coup, suspicion moves quickly and rarely settles for long. Most would-be interrogators are eager to move on, to prove their loyalty by exposing real threats, not wasting time with a woman who seems lost in her own silent world. Inside her mind, however, there is nothing silent at all. Every detail is observed, every movement recorded. The wife who survives by feigning deafness is not oblivious. She is hyper-aware. She notes who enters which chamber, who speaks to whom, who leaves meetings red-faced and trembling. All the while, she must never show it. Her survival depends on a double performance, outwardly dull, inwardly brilliant. There are darkly comic moments, too, times when the palace gossip swirls around her as though she were furniture. Servants whisper secrets at her elbow, convinced she cannot hear. Conspirators plan in plain sight, using her presence as proof of their secrecy. She becomes a kind of living confessional, collecting the truth behind every lie, while everyone else remains blind to her awareness. Some women in history maintained the ruse for months until the violence subsided and suspicion ebbed. Others lived in permanent silence, their voices never trusted again. For some, feigning deafness was a gateway to a new life. Once the dust settled, they faded into obscurity, left alone by both the victors and the defeated, their survival quietly miraculous. For others, it was a temporary mask, dropped the moment it was safe to speak again. The psychological cost was profound. To live in constant fear of being discovered, to listen to threats, plots, and even the fates of loved ones without so much as a wince or a tear, is a test few could bear. Some never truly left that silent world, forever wary of being overheard, forever watching every word. Yet for many, survival was worth the price. The alternative was far worse: torture, execution, or being used as a pawn in games they could never win. Over time, the story of the wife who pretended to be deaf becomes a lesson whispered in the halls of power. In some courts, women are quietly admired for their cunning, their refusal to play by the rules written by men. In others, their silence is resented, a reminder that strength takes many forms, not all of them loud or violent. The legacy of these women lives on, not in statues or songs, but in the quiet understanding that sometimes the greatest act of rebellion is to endure, to outlast your enemies by refusing to give them what they want: your fear, your words, your confession. In the end, when the fires die down and the new order is secure, the woman who survived by pretending to be deaf remains. She is a living witness to everything, a keeper of truths no one else will ever hear. In her silence is a kind of power the conquerors never understand, a power born not of violence or command, but of resilience, patience, and the determination to survive in a world that tries to silence you by force. She outlasts them all, not by shouting or by pleading, but by listening, and by pretending never to hear a single word. The slave who refused to confess under magic oath. In a world ruled by fear and superstition, where words held the weight of life and death, there lived those who understood the power of silence. Among them was a slave whose name history has forgotten, but whose story flickers like a stubborn flame in the darkest corners of human memory. His was not the kind of defiance sung by poets or honored in statues. It was the silent, agonizing resistance of a man who knew that even a single word could destroy an entire village. In societies where the spoken oath was believed to be binding, where magic and law blurred and truth was wrung from the tongue with blood and terror, he risked everything, not by fighting, but by refusing to confess, no matter the price. Across continents and centuries, oaths have served as both shield and sword. In West African kingdoms, in the courts of pharaohs, among the chiefs of Polynesian islands and the tribunals of medieval Europe, there ran a common thread: the belief that to swear an oath was to bind your soul to truth, that to break it was to invite not just earthly punishment, but supernatural ruin. Slaves, often forced to kneel before their masters and swear upon sacred objects or in the names of terrible spirits, were expected to betray what they knew under pain of curses or torture. Those who confessed were sometimes spared the lash, but never the shame. Those who lied and were found out were doomed to unending torment, believed to be cursed not just in this life, but in the next. Our slave understood this system intimately. He had seen friends broken by it, men and women brought before their captors, made to kneel on bare earth, hands pressed to fetish objects, forced to repeat ancient formulas. Sometimes they faltered, their voices cracking as the power of the oath seemed to twist around their throats. Sometimes the mere ritual was enough to shatter resistance, and secrets spilled out in desperate floods. A few, believing in the absolute power of the spirits invoked, went mad from the pressure. For those who confessed, the consequences could be catastrophic: raids on home villages, executions, the unraveling of entire communities. Confession was not just a surrender of self. It was the opening of a door to devastation. Yet in every system of control, there are those who find a crack, a way to resist. Our slave, captured in a raid and forced far from home, found himself the last hope of his people. He was brought before his captors, perhaps a rival tribe, perhaps foreign traders, perhaps the administrators of a colonial outpost, accused of hiding information about resistance, about hidden arms, about the next planned escape. He was told that if he swore the magic oath and confessed, his pain would end. If he lied, he would die in agony. Before him were sacred relics, bones and fetishes believed to channel the wrath of spirits, painted masks staring with hollow eyes. They told him to swear. He stared into the darkness, the taste of dust and blood in his mouth. He knew that to confess was to sign the death sentence for those he loved. He remained silent. The beating began, not wild rage, but the practiced violence of men accustomed to breaking the will of others. Each blow was punctuated by demands, by the slow, ritualized chant of the oath. By the spirit of our ancestors, by the blood of the gods, speak only the truth. The slave refused to speak. He shut his mouth so tight his jaw ached. He let pain wash over him, let the rituals pass through him like cold wind. In that moment, his silence became his shield, his last gift to a world that would never know his name. In the cosmology of those who used magic oaths, the logic was as brutal as it was simple. The spirits watched, and the guilty could not lie without paying a terrible price. But this belief was also a weapon. Those who survived torture and kept their silence became more than victims. They became living contradictions, proof that will could triumph over terror, that the power of the soul could defy even the darkest sorcery. For the slave, the refusal to confess was not a denial of belief. It was an act of supreme loyalty, a bet that pain and death were better than the shame of betraying his people. In his mind, he spoke to the ancestors, to the spirits of the forest, to the ghosts of the village he could no longer see. Let my tongue wither before I use it to destroy those who never betrayed me. The torturers were relentless. Days passed. The rituals grew more elaborate. Sometimes they tried to trick him, whispering that others had already confessed, that his silence would only prolong suffering. Sometimes they offered rewards: a place in the house, a cup of wine, a promise of mercy that everyone knew was a lie. Through it all, he clung to silence, even as pain whittled away his flesh and mind. In that silence, he was not alone. He carried the voices of everyone who depended on him, the hopes of children, the prayers of elders. There are echoes of his story in other lands and other times. In medieval Europe, ordeals forced prisoners to swear before relics with the belief that God would strike down liars. Some endured fire, water, or the rack, refusing to speak even when their bodies failed. In the Americas, African-descended slaves remembered the traditions of their ancestors, magic oaths that bound them to secrecy, even when masters demanded names or plans. Among them, the ones who endured without breaking were honored in secret, their names whispered with reverence for generations. But for the slave at the center of this story, there was no reward, only the certainty that silence was the last defense against a world built on betrayal. In some tales, he dies under torture, his secret never spoken. In others, the torturers, frustrated by his refusal, finally release him, half believing that a man who can resist both pain and magic must be protected by powerful spirits. Either way, his story survives, carried in the memories of the saved, in the survival of the village, in the knowledge that the greatest act of resistance is sometimes to say nothing at all. This is not the heroism of battle or the glory of open revolt. It is a quieter, lonelier kind of courage, the kind that passes unnoticed in the grand narratives of history, but means everything to those who benefit from it. The world remembers kings, generals, conquerors. It almost never remembers the slaves who protected their people by enduring the unendurable, who let their bodies become vessels of suffering so that others might live and never know the price. Yet every village that survived a purge, every family that escaped destruction, owes its existence to the unyielding will of such men and women. In the end, the slave who refused to confess under magic oath left no monuments, no written record. His legacy is in the lives he saved, in the village that continued to wake to morning songs, in the silent gratitude of those who never learned his name, and in the memory of all who have ever faced impossible choices under the gaze of power. His story whispers still. Sometimes, the only way to protect what you love is to hold your tongue, no matter the pain, no matter the cost, and to trust that silence, in the face of all the world's violence and magic, can still be the greatest form of resistance. The philosopher who believed silence was the purest logic. In an age when words held the power to ignite revolutions, when every debate could spin into philosophy or heresy, there was a secretive brotherhood that demanded something entirely different from their disciples. Not clever arguments or silver-tongued speeches, but silence. At the heart of this mystery stood the philosopher who would change not just mathematics and music, but the very logic of existence, Pythagoras. His name echoes today through theorems and classroom chalk, but the legend behind the man is woven with shadows, riddles, and a single, haunting principle. True wisdom is born not in speech, but in silence. Travel back to the sun-bleached coasts of Magna Graecia in the 6th century BCE. Here, in hidden sanctuaries far from the tumult of Greek city-states, the Pythagoreans gathered. They were more than students or followers. They were initiates, bound by oaths as tight as any priesthood. Outsiders whispered of their strange rites and impossible knowledge, that they could hear the music of the cosmos, that numbers held secret meanings, that their souls moved through countless lives in an endless cycle of purification. But the strangest of all their disciplines was the one nobody could hear, the discipline of enforced silence. For the first 5 years of their apprenticeship, new initiates were forbidden to speak. Not a word in the halls, not a question at the table, not even a murmur of agreement in debate. Their mouths were closed, their eyes and ears wide open. Every desire to interject, to argue, to correct, was forced inward, until their thoughts turned sharp and still. Like a blade forged in darkness, the The Pythagoreans believed that speech was not just a distraction, but a danger. That words could muddy the pure waters of thought, twist the truth, and invite the ego to poison what the soul might one day grasp. To the outside world, this silence looked like submission, or even madness. But within those silent halls, a different transformation unfolded. Deprived of the easy outlet of conversation, the mind became an arena of intense clarity and self-confrontation. Questions multiplied, but so did the patience to let them ripen, unspoiled by the rush to answer. To the Pythagoreans, the universe itself was structured by harmonies so delicate, so absolute, that only through stillness could one begin to sense their presence. To speak was to risk disturbing the music. To be silent was to become part of it. There are stories, half myth and half memory, of the first time a silent disciple was allowed to speak. The voice would tremble at first, so unused to its own sound. But when it emerged, it was as if a new person stood in their place. Their words were few, careful, precise. They spoke not to dominate or impress, but to serve the truth. In that moment, the silence had done its work. It had burned away the vanity and restlessness, leaving only the core of reason. Why did the Pythagoreans worship silence as a path to truth? Because they saw in language both the birth of civilization and the root of its downfall. Every war, every betrayal, every crooked deal began with words twisted for gain. Even logic, the very tool of the philosopher, was vulnerable, susceptible to sophistry, to seduction, to the desire to win rather than to know. By remaining silent, the Pythagoreans hoped to separate themselves from the contamination of the marketplace, from the noise of daily life, from the endless, hungry need to be heard. Only in this discipline, they believed, could logic become pure, a mirror unclouded by pride or confusion. But this was no easy path. The silence imposed by Pythagorean discipline was not passive, but grueling. It demanded self-control beyond the ordinary, and more than a few aspirants failed. There are tales of those who, unable to bear the pressure, broke their oaths and were cast out, not merely as unworthy, but as dangers to the fragile order of the brotherhood. Others became fanatical in their discipline, using silence as a weapon, turning inward so fiercely that they lost the ability to speak, even when permitted. Yet for those who endured, the silence became both shield and revelation. In the absence of noise, the hidden architecture of reality began to reveal itself. Mathematics was no longer a tool, but a language beyond language, a way to commune directly with the cosmos. It's easy, from our vantage point, to see the Pythagorean cult as an oddity, a relic of ancient superstition, better known for their triangles than their vows. But the echoes of their discipline run deeper than we care to admit. Even today, the best thinkers, the truest seekers, know the value of waiting before speaking, of listening not just to others, but to the spaces between thoughts. The greatest breakthroughs often come not in frantic debate, but in the hush before dawn, in the quiet after the storm, when the mind has room to listen to itself. Pythagoras and his disciples saw silence not as emptiness, but as potential. The silence of the initiate was the silence of the seed before it sprouts, of the musician before the note, of the universe before creation. In their world, to be silent was not to be powerless, but to be preparing for the moment when words would finally be worthy of the truth they served. And even then, the greatest wisdom might remain unspoken, resting in the space beyond words, where logic and soul become one. So the next time you marvel at the ancient legacies of Greece, at the geometry, the music, the mathematics that shaped the world, remember, these wonders were born not in the noise of debate, but in the discipline of those who learned to let silence shape their souls. The philosopher who believed that silence was the purest logic did not flee from the world. He listened to it, and in that listening, found the patterns that language alone could never reveal. In a world that shouts and clamors, perhaps that lesson is more urgent than ever, that sometimes the highest logic, the deepest wisdom, is found not in what is said, but in what is left unsaid, in the silence we choose and the truth it protects. The messenger who used hand gestures to outsmart enemies. Imagine the world before the hum of wires, before telegraphs, before inked papers could speed news across borders and oceans. In this world, a message is a living thing, a secret, precious, and fragile, that must be carried by human hands, protected from the thousand dangers between sender and receiver. Now imagine you are that messenger, entrusted with a letter or a warning, knowing that on the road ahead are not only storms and wild animals, but men who would kill or torture you for a single word. Your only weapon is silence, and a mind sharp enough to make it speak. History's silent messengers were more than shadows slipping through forests or riding hard across open plains. They were experts in a deeper art, the language of the body, the subtle code of hands, faces, posture. In times of war, or in regions torn by occupation and rebellion, speaking aloud was often deadly. Your accent, your hesitation, the very language you used could betray you, marking you as a spy, a traitor, an outsider. Sometimes even the wrong word, spoken at a checkpoint, was enough to end a life. So, some messengers learned a different way to speak. In medieval Europe, during times of rebellion or plague, and in the ancient East, where borders and rulers shifted with the seasons, bands of trusted couriers developed entire systems of hand signs, gestures, and movements to communicate as they traveled. These were not random or improvised. They were silent codes, carefully crafted, memorized in secret, and practiced until they became second nature. A raised finger meant danger ahead. A sweep of the hand indicated a safe path. 2 fingers touched to the lips. Do not speak. Enemy nearby. The invention of silent codes was both ingenious and essential. Messengers moving through enemy territory had to blend in, sometimes even traveling with merchant caravans or as wandering laborers. When they met fellow couriers or local allies along the way, words could not be trusted. A whispered message might be overheard. A slip of the tongue might reveal an accent or secret. But a gesture, fleeting and precise, could pass undetected in a crowded market or a bustling tavern. Even under suspicion, a messenger could warn an accomplice or confirm an identity without a single word. Consider the tension of such a journey. Each step, each glance is calculated. Every movement could be a message or a misdirection. Some messengers wore specific pieces of clothing, like a colored thread woven into a sleeve, to signify their allegiance or mission. Others carried objects, a carved stone, a feather, a folded scrap of cloth, that could be shown or hidden according to the silent code. In places where hand gestures might be watched, entire stories could be told with a nod, a tilt of the head, the tap of a foot. In parts of Central Asia, Silk Road merchants and spies developed a sign language that could negotiate prices, warn of thieves, or even identify safe houses, all in total silence. The history books rarely record the names of these messengers, but they shaped the fate of kingdoms. During the Mongol invasions, silent runners passed through the burning night with news of raids, using signals known only to their own people. In occupied France during World War II, resistance couriers used both formal and improvised signs to pass intelligence, sometimes risking everything for the briefest flash of fingers through a window. Even earlier, in the dense cities of Rome and Greece, Certain guilds trained runners to use gesture languages when crossing hostile districts or carrying news between embattled factions. These codes were closely guarded. To learn them was to be part of a secret world, one built on mutual trust and the absolute discipline of silence. Apprentices practiced for weeks before being sent on real missions, drilled to keep their faces calm and their hands steady, even in the face of interrogation. The penalty for revealing a sign or using it at the wrong time could be death, not only for the messenger, but for everyone in the network. But the brilliance of silent communication was in its invisibility. To an enemy, the messenger seemed like any other traveler, quiet, cautious, perhaps even shy. Yet to those in the know, a brief flash of the palm or a hidden movement of the wrist could change the course of a battle, save lives, or warn of a coming attack. It was a language that could not be intercepted or forced from the lips. It lived only in the moment, vanished as soon as it was given. Centuries later, echoes of these silent codes remain. Modern soldiers are still taught hand signals for combat and patrol. Secret societies, dissidents, and even street gangs pass messages with a glance or a sign, the ancient art of silent speech alive in every age where survival depends on not being overheard. The silent messenger's story is a testament to human ingenuity and courage, a reminder that when words become weapons, silence itself can be turned into the most powerful tool of all. In the empty spaces between gestures, history was written, borders changed, and the most vital secrets crossed the world unnoticed, carried by hands that never trembled and lips that refused to speak. The tomb builder who refused to tell what was inside. Imagine the desert night, cool and black. After a day so hot, the very stones seemed to bleed. Far beyond the reach of any city's noise, deep in the Valley of the Kings, or at the edge of the pyramid fields, the workmen gather their tools in silence. Their skin is burned and their hands raw, but what sets them apart from the rest of the world isn't just the calluses or the sweat. It's the secrets they carry, secrets that could mean riches, curses, or sudden death. They are the tomb builders of ancient Egypt, men trusted with the most precious knowledge in the land, and for most, the last thing they ever revealed about their work was nothing at all. Each new pharaoh wanted his resting place to be more splendid, more impregnable, more eternal than any that came before. This ambition required not just architects and artists, but entire communities of laborers, stonecutters, masons, painters, and diggers who spent years, sometimes lifetimes, chiseling tunnels deep beneath the sand. They saw what no outsider ever would: hidden corridors, false doors, secret chambers, ingenious traps. They knew which path led to the real burial and which led only to a dead end, knowledge that could tempt even the most loyal heart. The penalty for betrayal was simple and absolute. To speak a single detail outside the trusted circle was to risk being dragged away in the night, never to be seen again. Sometimes the threat was direct. Overseers made it clear that the pharaoh's justice was swift and without mercy. Other times, the fear was subtler, woven into ritual and superstition. The tombs themselves were said to be protected by curses and vengeful spirits. Whispering secrets was believed to bring misfortune on your family, your village, your soul in the afterlife. In this way, terror and belief worked hand in hand, stitching silence into the very bones of those who labored below. There are stories, faded on papyrus and half buried in the dust, of workers who disappeared after loose talk. Occasionally, one might be found dead at the edge of a work site, his lips stuffed with sand, a warning to the rest. Yet most did not need such reminders. They understood that their silence was as essential to the pharaoh's immortality as the stones themselves. Even when famine struck or wages went unpaid, most guarded what they knew until their last breath. Some of these men spent years in the village of Deir el-Medina, a purpose-built community where craftsmen and their families lived apart from the outside world. Here, daily life was strangely ordinary. Children played. Bread was baked. Festivals were celebrated. But everyone knew that what happened in the tombs stayed there. Secrets were passed only in cautious whispers, sometimes only on a father's deathbed, often not at all. The knowledge was a burden and a shield, both isolating and elevating those who carried it. When a builder died, he took the tomb's mysteries with him. There were no grand confessions, no maps left for fortune hunters, no songs about the passageways beneath the earth. Most left only their names scrawled on a wall or a broken chisel buried in the rubble, fleeting marks that outlasted their voices, but not their vows. The world moved on, the desert reclaimed the entrances, and even the greatest tombs faded from memory until rediscovered centuries later. But in those quiet lives, there was more than fear. There was pride, a sense that their silence was part of something sacred and immense. They alone walked halls meant only for gods and kings. They alone saw the glint of gold in the lamplight and the painted faces of the dead. And they alone bore witness to the cost of eternity, the loneliness that comes with keeping secrets no one else will ever know. In time, the pharaohs fell, their treasures plundered, their names eroded by sand and rain. But the builders' silence endured. History remembers the kings, the robbers, the archaeologists, but between them, in the shadows, are the ghosts of those who refused to tell. Their silence was their legacy, their last defense against oblivion. To this day, the greatest tombs are not just monuments to rulers or to gods, but to the men whose loyalty left them nameless, wordless, but never forgotten. The shaman who communicated with spirits through silence. Imagine a world where the seen and unseen intermingle, where the whisper of the wind and the hush of the forest are not empty, but alive, filled with spirits, ancestors, and powers far beyond human comprehension. In this world, you do not call the sacred by shouting or by song, but by becoming so still, so quiet, that the invisible world leans in to listen. The shaman sits at the center of it all, neither fully of this world nor the next, eyes closed, lips unmoving, radiating a silence that is more powerful than any incantation. For here, in the ancient traditions of countless native peoples, the most profound communication with the spirit realm is forged not in words, but in absolute silence. Across the globe, from the frozen tundra of Siberia to the dense jungles of the Amazon, from the arid plains of Australia to the forests of North America, shamans were the chosen bridges between the living and the dead, the human and the divine. While many rituals involved drums, chants, and ecstatic dance, the most sacred encounters, the moments when the veil between worlds grew thin, demanded complete, unwavering silence. For to make noise in the presence of certain spirits was to show disrespect, to break the fragile connection, or even to invite danger. Silence in these moments was an offering, a mark of humility, an act of surrender to powers greater than the self. The training of a shaman was as much about learning to listen as it was about learning to heal. Apprentices spent years in the wild, sometimes alone for months, fasting, meditating, letting their minds attune to the smallest sounds and the subtlest shifts of energy. They learned the language of silence, not emptiness, but fullness, alive with the rustle of leaves, the breathing of the earth, the voices of ancestors that only the silent can truly hear. It was said in some tribes that spirits speak in silence, and only those who master their own voice can truly hear the voice of the world. Picture a gathering at dusk, deep in the forest, as the village waits in anxious hope. The shaman sits cross-legged, surrounded by flickering embers, and all eyes are on him. There are no words spoken, Only a profound, enveloping hush as he slips into trance, letting go of his own desires, his own questions, until he is no longer a person, but a vessel. The spirits come not to those who demand, but to those who invite with humility and patience. Sometimes the silence stretches for hours, broken only by the crackle of fire or the sigh of a breeze. It is in these moments, when the world itself holds its breath, that the veil grows thin and the impossible becomes possible. To outsiders, this ritual silence might seem like emptiness, a failure of magic, a pause where there should be spectacle. But for those who know, it is the holiest of moments. The shaman listens with every cell, feeling the shift in temperature, the presence behind the darkness, the movement of something unseen. In some traditions, even the villagers must remain silent, holding back coughs, tears, even the smallest gasp, lest they disturb the sacred work. It is a discipline both collective and individual, a shared act of respect for forces no one can control. The wisdom of silence runs deep. Words are tools, but they are also barriers, defining, dividing, limiting the infinite into small, understandable pieces. The spirits, it was believed, move through the world in ways language cannot capture. To greet them with noise is to close the door. To offer silence is to open it wide, letting the unknown in. The shaman becomes a threshold. One foot in the human world, the other in mystery, holding stillness like a candle in the dark. Some of the greatest spirit encounters recorded in oral tradition come shrouded in silence. There are stories of shamans who returned from their vigils transformed, hair turned white, voices forever changed, bearing wisdom that could not be spoken aloud. Sometimes what they brought back was not prophecy or healing, but a deeper peace, a sense of unity with all things, earned only through surrendering the urge to speak. The silence itself became the message, echoing through the tribe as reassurance that the world beyond was listening, watching, and, at least for now, at peace. The discipline was immense. For a shaman, the temptation to speak, to explain, to reassure, was constant. Yet breaking the silence too soon meant disrespecting the spirits and losing the gift of their presence. In some cultures, it was believed that careless words could anger the dead, invite misfortune, or even bring sickness on the tribe. Silence, then, was not just for the shaman, but for all who hoped to benefit from the encounter. It was a form of spiritual etiquette, an acknowledgement that in the face of the divine, human noise is nothing but interference. This tradition found echoes everywhere. In the Arctic, Inuit shamans would go out alone onto the ice, lying down for hours in utter quiet, waiting for animal spirits to reveal themselves. Among the Saami of Northern Europe, the most powerful magic was said to come not from chanting, but from silent communion with the land. In the Americas, some tribes built sacred silent spaces in the forest or mountains, where even birds seemed to hush their song. In Australia, Aboriginal elders would sit for days in the dreamtime silence, listening to the ancient world tell its stories without a single word. Over time, the world grew louder, and much of this wisdom faded beneath the roar of modern life. Yet the lesson remains, hidden in the memories of elders, in the old stories told by firelight. To truly hear, one must be silent. To truly know, one must be humble. To truly encounter the sacred, one must make space for what cannot be named. It is a lesson as vital now as it was centuries ago, a reminder that not everything worth knowing can be said aloud. The shaman who communicates with spirits through silence is not just a figure of legend, but a living example of the power of humility, discipline, and reverence. In their stillness, they remind us that the world is filled with voices that will never shout, that the most profound truths may be spoken only in the hush between words. Their silence is not absence, but presence, a bridge to the invisible world, and an invitation for all of us to listen more deeply to the land, to the ancestors, and to the mysteries that shape every life.